This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve. This afternoon now, we're looking at the actually eastern side of the reserve. You can see all of the beauty about there, all of the cloud that it's going to be. It looks like it's clear where it's warmer today. And welcome aboard to your very own live safari through African bush. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve again. We actually went to the higher point here on quarantine again, just to look at the sky on the eastern side, where it's pretty cloudy, and of course you can see all of a perch, and it's not actually covered all the way. Looks like it's going to be one of the. Well, it's still hot, I can say. My name is Andrew this afternoon, and then I have Mpo on camera. So we're going to be looking around from this point just to see, and the idea would be actually visiting the watering hole to see who it's going to be about. But the temperatures of today, 31 degrees and 87 Fahrenheit. Remember to talk to us, everybody. We're coming to you live from this location. You can use hashtag WildEarth on tweet. And also at FC on YouTube channel. And you, if you're under the age of 18 years old, you can pop us an email on kids questions at WildEarth.tv. Those that are new on the screen, they can also easy to go register on WildEarth website, and then you head over to the live safari page and you can submit your question there. We will be able to answer them for you. It's bright, the sun, but it's interesting with the cloud in a far eastern, where we're looking at the eastern part of the reserve, directly down to Mozambique directions, past all of these Libombo mountain on the far east, where we can't even see the mountain, but it's in that directions. Though many of the birds, and they all communication going on. I just heard, looks like a European bee eater, where I can only hear the audio, but I cannot see it. And the white crown shrike. There is a white crown shrike that you can hear. Looks like this dress called Little. just Rose, you're asking, what is the Djuma hottest have ever been? So around here, if we anything from 41, 46 degrees, then that's far too much for us, and we call it too hot. And then of course you can see even birds are struggling to even move about that during the day, and then it's extremely hot, and they get up to maybe 40, 46, 41. That's roughly over too much hot. And then for the past month, I think it was anything from 30, 36, roughly, maximum, 38, and then we never actually yet reached that at 46 degrees though. And then many of time when the temperature rises so much, so 36 degrees, it's probably later on would be maybe a wind pickup, maybe a storm. So the weather out here, it's always started to be hot during the day. As the temperature rise, probably anything from 2 o'clock, which is 1500, and that's would you experience change of a wind, probably lightning and storm and so on, where during this time of year, the summer. So I'm gonna check few watering hole, check the Gary Dam, see what is around in that area, and then that's how we're going to be doing it from now. And the thing we're going to find, we're going to show everybody. So 31 degrees, animal, they still do a little bit of a movement, which is today. We stand on that. We just heard a lot of birds calling about, there's still a lot of active. Even leopard lions, they can still do move when they have to. They can move still. So I'm gonna drive to the Gary Dam, see what we're gonna see. And let's quickly take a look at the weather.
Good afternoon, everyone, and I believe you are already well aware that it is very hot everywhere today. The sun is shining, and it's going to be an incredible afternoon. I do feel a shift, though. I do feel there's just a slight nip in the air in the morning and in the evening that wasn't there previously. And that's, of course, a sign that the season is definitely changing. My name is Lauren. I do have Davy on camera today. This is Davy and I's last drive for a while, so we're going to go and see what we can find. We've just stopped on quarantine to admire the retired Ngala. They're not quite retired, but they've definitely set up a retirement village in our camp. And, of course, my plan, check water holes and hopefully find some spots and insects along the way. Spots being leopards and hyenas, of course. I think the hyena den will be active just a little bit later on. My thoughts is that it might just be a little bit too hot right now for them. But to be honest, you really never know. Davi, I think that's a European roller. I wonder if we can try and get this on the camera. Bear with me, everyone. The rollers are back in town. There's one here. But they're, of course, busy rolling. Oh, it's flown away. This is my first time seeing them since I joined. Do you think you've got one?
Not sure. Yeah, it seems that way. Got it.
You got him. Well done, Davi. He's got the European roller. And I've actually been speaking to a few people around the reserve, and they have also mentioned that it's so nice that they're back. We normally see not the roller, sorry, the bee-eater.
That's right.
Sorry, the European bee-eater, not the roller. I'm getting all confused, had too much sun. And of course we see the little bee-eater out here, and the carmines, they also didn't appear last year, but they're back this year. And now we have the Europeans. Look at the acrobats. Good luck keeping up with that one, Davi. They're really brightly coloured, you can see that. They've also got very triangular wings. And that's a really easy way to identify them when you're seeing them in the sky and you've not got your binos. The triangular shaped wings. So sorry, not roller, everyone. Bee-eater, bee-eater, bee-eater. Okay, we're going to go to Treehouse Dam. That's normally a really, really good place to start for elephants. It has really clean water at Treehouse. It's very full. And of course, elephants are incredibly fussy drinkers, as we all know. So we'll see how many dams we can cover this afternoon. I really think within the next month, let's say, is going to be a slightly different environment out here. Can you feel that cool breeze, Davi? It's chillier than normal for summer. The humidity's completely dropped, and I really think winter's on its way. Daniel, exactly the same as us. If they're too hot, they'll seek shade and they'll seek water, just as we would. When we're too hot, we want to stand in the shade, and of course we also want to jump in any body of water that's near us, be it lakes or swimming pools or even oceans. That's if you're an endotherm, and what that means is warm-blooded. If you're a mammal and a bird, you're warm-blooded. We're mammals, of course, so our body temperature is constantly maintained by our metabolism. So when we feel too hot, we're obviously going to seek, we seek aircon. The animals can't do that. And if you're an ectotherm, if you're cold-blooded, like reptiles and amphibians and even insects, you're going to have a little bit of a more different approach to the heat, because you need the heat, you need the sun to power your muscles, and therefore you're going to want to sunbathe, you're going to want to lie on that sun lounger and enjoy the sun for a while. But again, ectotherms can also get too hot, and therefore when they do, they will of course seek shade or jump in the water. A lot of animals lose heat through evaporative cooling. We lose heat through sweating. We all sweat, let's face it. And it's a really efficient way of losing heat. Moisture comes onto the skin and it evaporates and it takes the heat away. That's why we sweat, even although it's not that pleasant. Whereas a dog or a cat panting, it's exactly the same thing. They're trying to lose heat through their mouth, through evaporative cooling. Birds also do the same thing. They just keep their beak open. But what's actually happening is they're fluttering their gular flut. And that's also, of course, allowing them to lose heat through evaporative cooling. Okay, as I bumble on towards Treehouse Dam, we're going to send you guys all the way down to Tswalu.
Well, a very good afternoon.
to everybody. The birds are playing tricks here with myself and BK. A wonderful sunny afternoon. We are struggling to get a little glimpse of this yellow-billed hornbill. Here's one on the left-hand side of this campfire. Let me go forward for us. And yes! Lovely. Nice. Oh, that's the one, VK. A very good afternoon to everybody, and thank you very much for jumping on board with myself, Carl, and my partner in crime, BK. Good afternoon. It is a wonderful sunny afternoon in comparison to the gloomy and overcast conditions that we had this morning. It is very, very nice to feel the warm sun on our bodies. There you guys. It's about 3 or 4 of them. They move in small family groups, not uncommon. And we are just taking it nice and easy. Myself and BK have literally been bumbling along in first gear out here. And we're going to be crisscrossing a few places and just allowing Mother Nature to reveal what we need to see for today. So we haven't got a specific plan of action. Our PO is just going with whatever she wants to show us. So we are in the area of the meerkats, and hopefully we can locate them from the road here and maybe watch or view them while foraging, which would be very nice to start the afternoon off. And then we're going to scooch down to the pan. We're going to take a little look-see if anybody is there, and then as well as look for some tracks. I feel like looking at a few tracks this afternoon maybe, and then we're going to go further west as that setting sun starts touching the dunes. Another wildebeest. A lonely canoe. How do you do? Oh, what other hornbill species do we get on Tswalu? Let me not try and forget the second one. So we have yellow-billed. That's the one that we see on a very, very prominent basis. And then we have the African grey, a very, very beautiful species by my standards, and it's only those two that we have here. It's very nice to see. Very, very remarkable breeding behavior. Lovely calls. Just really nice birds to view. Like this Mr. Wildebeest. Oh, there he is. Good afternoon. How do you do, Mr. Gnu? So this is a territorial bull. So he would have a demarcated area over here, and he's basically defending this patch from all other rivals. But what he's doing and what he's hoping for is for the ladies to come and move through this area. And maybe he can get a girlfriend. But right now he is flying solo. There's also a springbuck in the distance. And there's a lot of birds calling. I think after the chilly morning, they're going to be very busy this afternoon. So hopefully we get to witness something remarkable, no matter what it is. Got some beautiful clouds in the distance. So I think this afternoon's sunset is going to be a magical one. Those clouds just making the sunset so much more dramatic. Nice cool breeze coming from behind us, just keeping us cool. Because although the sun is out and still fairly warm, and when you do have a breeze, it is much appreciated. But now stopping like this, using our senses, just obviously our sense of hearing is a very remarkable ability. And we're just listening for any calls, any alarm calls, you name it. Stopping like this and just tapping your senses in is a very important thing while meandering through the beautiful African bush. When we're busy guiding guests here on Tswalu, sometimes I take an hour and we do a full hour of absolute silence. Jump on the vehicle at the lodge and we head out. And for an hour we do not say a single word. And it's amazing how much you can pick up. So he just uttered an alarm call there. that'll snort, expelling air out of his nasal passage, and he obviously just is notifying other antelope in the area that we are a threat, so he's notifying everybody else that there's something here that they need to watch out for. So having the ability to vocalize is a very, very useful tool in the bush. So it's something that can be admitted very quickly, that can be admitted over a great distance, but also the message can be changed quickly at that. So a very, very nice tool to use out here. Let's reverse a bit so we can maybe just get a glimpse of his, a little bit more, get a glimpse of his face. There we go. Oh, I think we're going to leave this Mr. Little Canoe, but let's see what else we can find.
Just look at that. It is absolutely incredible. And as far as I can see, that all falls within the reserve. So it is a vast landscape, but we are gifted with these incredible things, you know, the wildcats, the aardvark, you name it. It just keeps on delivering. It's just such an incredible privilege to be out here.
And when you think it could not get better, Mother Nature says, hold on tight.
Oh my word, that is gorgeous. We are cooking on gas this afternoon.
Have a look at what we've got. Look at how this is the best day of my gutting career so far.
We have a baby pangolin, We're just gonna go very quietly. There's your aardvark. And for those of you who've never seen one, this is one of the big safari specials on any reserve.
I'm just holding my cap because otherwise it's going to blow away, and with this storm coming towards us.
Absolutely beautiful to be able to see water flowing in this volume in the Kalahari. Oh, look at that. You can see the structural component of these flowers. It is perfect. Such a treat to be in and amongst these incredible insects. How lucky are we? You can see how close they are to the vehicle. Very curious.
Oh, you can do it! There we go. We made it over. Whew. But look at that view. That's absolutely stunning.
You can see how they're going into stalking mode. Okay, there we go. This one female is going to walk straight past the car now. Absolutely stunning. Look at that. I mean, do we just not have the best jobs in the world? That was epic.
Great, everybody. So we arrive here at the Gari Dam. Got a single Ngala male. Looks like he's probably trying to come to drink over here. But there's also, we saw a visual of a hippo. And this is actually our male hippo that we always see in this watering hole. And the Ngala on the background, so it's so cool. Ngala bull, they tend to stick in the group of only males. They're not as strictly territorial that they can be isolated, or one bull would defend its territory, not allowing any of the male coming in. No, they would form small herds as a bachelor males. It's the same with the females. They're also in group. So I'm going to try to stick around and see what is going to be happening with this Ngala. Hopefully he comes to drink from the far side. I'm going to be sending you across to Lauren.
My favourites, everyone. Now, Andrew and I have done a bit of a car swap. I'm on Rusty, the voice car, so I don't have a monitor, everyone. Davi has done a delightful job at explaining this dragonfly, but I need your help. If any of you know the species, please do let me know. #WildEarth at FC on YouTube chat. I'm making my species list of dragonflies, as many of you know. But unfortunately, I am not able to see what you guys can see. So that's where all you experts come in. The wonderful thing, or it's wonderful, it's got pros and cons with dragonflies, because you're able to really see clearly who's male and who's female, not just by looking at the genitalia, the lower end of the abdomen, but also the coloration. Normally, both males and females in dragonflies look completely different. So that's useful in some respect, but it also makes you think there are a lot more species than there actually are, because they all look so different. But sometimes it's just the male and the female of one individual species. So there's definitely some pros and cons there to that. But there's such a plethora of dragonflies around right now. I have to say, I will miss them immensely when they do decide to depart. Once the cold temperatures really come in, the dragonfly will come to the end of its life cycle. And I think the left side of this dragonfly's wings... Oh, did he just fly off, or is he still there?
Yeah, he might be back.
He might be back. Was slightly damaged. I actually got asked a fantastic question yesterday. I can't remember who by. Can a dragonfly...
So he's eating something.
He's eating something.
He is.
What's he eating?
Can't really make it out.
Did he just hunt?
I think it's a moth.
A moth? Oh my goodness, everyone. I need to get my binoculars out. This sounds like a hunt. Did we just get a live hunt?
Live kill.
Oh, wow. You see all those mouth parts that he's just extended? I can't see what it is he's eating, but he's definitely caught something. Wow. That was fast and that was quick. And of course they are experts at catching their prey mid-flight. Not only are they flying, their prey is flying. And that's what makes dragonflies so successful. They've got a higher success rate than at hunting than leopards, than lions, than hyenas, than cheetahs. Even wild dogs, they have a 95% success rate in their hunts. Yeah, I can see the damage. Now, normally when you do see sort of damage on the scales of butterflies, moths, even dragonflies, damselflies, it's normally an indicator that they're at the end of the life cycle. But this just looks like quite severe damage on one side. And it goes back to what I was saying, that the question yesterday was fantastic. Can they survive without a wing? And I've never seen that, but of course, They can clearly survive with damaged wings. Look at that. It is devouring its prey. Isn't that amazing? Sometimes you just have to pay attention to the small things. You can see he's holding on to the prey with the front 2 legs, and the back 4 legs are obviously clinging onto this branch for balance. Dragonflies are not walkers, they don't walk. The legs are not positioned in such a way that would really allow for that. They're perchers. They just perch on the end of branches, on the end of grass stalks. Basil, a number of reasons. There could have possibly have got damaged on some vegetation, maybe a predator, or just generally, as I mentioned, at the end of their life cycle, they start to wear down and they really start to lose scales. The wings are very, very fragile, just like butterflies, just like moths. And I can actually show you an image. They're made up of lots of different little scales. It's not just one wing that we might see with our naked eye. Okay, Davy. This is an example of the emperors and the hawkers. So my book is sort of grouped. But if you just look down here, Davy, you can see it's not just one wing. It's made up of lots and lots of different scales. And all of these scales have actually got names, believe it or not, when it comes to their anatomy. Do I know the names? No, I do not. But you can see the beautiful detail here. The wing is a lot more intricate than one would assume. So once the butterfly or the moth or the dragonfly or the damselfly starts to get older, it starts to break apart because it's weakening. The scales start to fall off and they're just not replaced, I'm afraid. Eastern blacktail. Okay. Hold on, everyone. I'm on it. Okay, so many of you are saying it's this one here. This is a lovely little book, actually. A Guide to the Dragonflies and Damselflies of South Africa. So the Eastern blacktails here. And this is, if it's correct or not, is a good example of how different the sexes are. Here we have the male, who's blue with a sort of black tip at the end, very little markings on the wings. And here we have the female. She's clearly got a yellow and black banded body and completely different coloration. So you may look at that pair and think, oh, this is 2 different species. But actually it's the same species, just different sexes. Okay, thank you everyone. Eastern blacktail. I'll need to add that one to my ever-growing list. I have so many lists. I list down everything I see. David, I would imagine so. They use a lot of energy being airborne. And in the thorax, their little transport center, there's specialized muscles that power each wing. So it's quite unusual for insects. Not are they just sort of moving their forewings together or their hind wings together. They're actually moving each of the 4 wings completely independently. They can hover, they can move backwards. It's incredible. And that will consume a lot of their energy. So they're diurnal, because remember I mentioned at the start of Drive, they're powered by the sun. So they need to sort of eat as much as they can and power themselves before the sun starts to set. Once the sun starts to set, they're going to hide. They're going to hide under the vegetation, somewhere safe. I've showed this before, but it's such a fantastic image. Are you ready, Davi? I'm sending Davi all over the place today. Now, not all dragonflies are communal, so please don't get me wrong, but this is a nighttime roost, that's what they call them, of the horned rock dweller. And they are communal roosters. So that's them basically sort of resting and sleeping at nighttime, if you like. They're just clinging on and resting all together in a little line. So they're not all communal, but what that does show you, that's how they rest. That's exactly where a dragonfly is going to go at nighttime.
Yeah, I was on the wrong picture.
Sorry, Davi. There you go. Okay, we're on the right page now. So as I bumble towards more water holes, we're going to send you guys down to Tswalu.
Well, how lucky are we? We have just approached the northern section of this pan and we've come across a white-backed vulture. This is the large bird sitting in the tree here. And we tend to find the occurrence of vultures a little bit more in the west, so a bit more prolific, let's say, at that out to the west. We don't see vultures here on the eastern side very often, which is always a nice treat coming across a bird like this. A bit of a yawn. So he's just busy resting in this large camel thorn. It's just above a sociable weaver nest as well. Oopsie. BK going to show us there. There we go, there's the start of the nest. And this bird's just found a bit of refuge here above these massive communal nests. See them going home as well. Fantastic. This is by far the most prominent species of vulture that we see on Tswalu. And obviously ecologically they are very, very important to keep the ecosystem healthy. Or the remains of a carcass laying around. This is basically the cleanup crew and how that stuff just gets removed. So another species that we can confuse this vulture with is the Cape vulture, where this individual is smaller and then as well as darker than the Cape vulture. They have a similar appearance to them, but this one's smaller and darker than that of the Cape. And we've been looking at other trees and we actually don't see other individuals. So I mean, they do make very, very long distance treks. They are residents, but they can move over 1,000 plus kilometers. It's a very extensive range. Obviously utilizing these updrafts of air, which are referred to as thermals, carry them hundreds of kilometers. But this individual just residing and just taking a bit of a rest over here. Oh, we've got ostrich. I'm just going to move forward first. Just going to reposition us here, folks. We actually have a pair of male ostrich, two male. Let's see if we can just move the vehicle slightly that we can have the best of both worlds here. I don't want him to plow off. Just going to get BK past the bush. This is the closest I've been to a vulture on Tswalu. They are skittish, so they do tend to take flight very quickly. They're going to be coming through. Do you see where that dead tree is there, BK? It's going to be coming through on the right-hand side of that dead tree there where the oryx is. Fantastic. Oh, just his neck and head. Looks very strange. There we go. There's actually two of them there, two males, along with an oryx in front of them. Looks like it's leading the charge. Where's the other one? There it is. So it's just making its way through the woodland section over there, making it very tricky for PK to keep up with it. Yeah, ostriches are remarkable, and they're really entertaining to watch. Always on the move, always feeding. So it's constantly stimulating to watch giraffe. Oh, ostrich. Look like young individuals. Very, very large eyes. See how cautious they are. So cheetah would take out ostrich, lions. Although it is a very dangerous animal to hunt, and if you're hunting an ostrich, you've got to be very careful because they've got a very powerful kick. A kick that can really create a lot of damage for a large cat. All right, fantastic. This vulture's still sitting here. I can't believe it hasn't taken off. How lucky. So, normally a clear indication if there's a carcass nearby. Obviously you'll see them soaring above the carcass. It's a very clear indication for us to move into the area because we're going to find a carcass somewhere there, but he's just taking it easy. And protecting these animals is a very important thing. So Tswalu is the first vulture-friendly reserve in Africa. So our whole working as an operation here is to protect and preserve these remarkable creatures. Obviously playing a very important role in the ecosystem, and we need to ensure the populations keep on thriving. There's a large portion of them that are actually vulnerable, under threat. Human conflict, they don't kill animals. People have this old notion that they kill livestock, which they do not. They're scavengers. Some of them actually eat fruit, other species, and then the big thing that is detrimentally affecting the population is electric cables and planes. But we need to do everything we can to protect these amazing birds. See that massive heavy bill, wow. And if you take a look at the head and neck, no feathers. Obviously they would use their head as a tool, thrust it into a carcass and remove pieces. Oh, how large is this vulture in comparison to a martial eagle? So the weight of this bird is about 5.5 kilograms and around about 90 centimeters. Now, I'm actually just going to look at martial eagle for us very quickly. We just open the book here. So, very, very large bird. But martial eagle, I think, will be a little bit heavier. I mean, that is a very, very sturdy bird. Ah, that's actually lighter. It's lighter by 1 kilogram. So they have just expanded my knowledge there. So this bird is 1.5 kilograms heavier than that of a martial eagle, and then is also 10 centimeters longer. There we go. Thank you very much for the question. Very nice. Wow, amazing. David, I didn't catch the full question there, but it's about vultures and their eyesight, if they have similar eyesight. I'm not too sure about the whole vulture family and their eyesight. I would assume that They all have similar function and similar structural components within the eye. Obviously, they would utilize their very good vision to pick up on carcasses. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure on the full workings and the mechanics of vultures' eyes. I'm actually going to note that, and I will do a little research tonight. Gives me an excuse to get into the books. Well, I don't really need an excuse. I'm always in the books. But it's questions like that that are very, very important, because that is only expanding our knowledge. But really nice to see. So we are just before this pan, and I think we're going to squeeze in there shortly. Let me just note this quickly. And we are going to take a look if there's any tracks and see who's been in and out of this pan.
WildEarth explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Djuma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi everyone.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
Our bodies are made up of about 60% water, which means that in a very short space of time, you can dehydrate completely. A relatively efficient way of collecting water early in the morning is to take an absorbent material like a sock and to walk through the grass, absorbing the condensed dewdrops on the grass. Once the material is saturated, you can then squeeze it out into a container, or you can suck it out directly into your mouth.
Hi everyone, my name is Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
We have a baby pangolin, a baby pangolin. This is off the charts. This animal is about from your fingertips to your elbow. That's the total length of this animal. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is unreal. This is like now my 4th Christmas in a week. We should do this more often.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
So we now have left Gary Dam, so we came to visit one of the dams up north in Dubeelshoek. It's called Tamboti Dam. This dam is actually named after the tree, toxic tree we found in this area, Tamboti tree. So we're on Tamboti Dam. We're looking at the 3 white-faced duck or whistling duck. Along with the blacksmith and lapwing on the right. It's amazing with the white-faced or whistling duck, which they were able to help each other get rid of the ticks on their neck. Now, whistling duck and those comb duck, you're more likely to find them in flock or group of bird. They do a beautiful sound when they fly. It's sort of whistles when you hear them fly off. So, Andrew, you're saying it's a nice reflection on the water. Indeed, it's actually beautiful. It looks like we're looking at the sixth bird. It's a beautiful reflection there, so you're very right. And all are watching out. Because life is too short for most birds, especially good size of this bird will be taken by a leopard. Various croc, if it's in a croc around here, I doubt if there's any croc in this area here. So I'm going to continue my search. I'm going to be sending you across to TAYLA and Brightland. Just say hello to everybody.
So today we are spending some time with the little things, and we're starting our afternoon walk-off with a few spiders. So apologies for those of you that have arachnophobia, but never fear, we're going to talk about the wonderful things that spiders actually are. My name is MCCURDY, and on camera with me today is Niels, and like I said, we are here at Pridelands Conservancy, part of Baluli Game Reserve and the Greater Kruger Park. And it is a very hot day. I think the weather is lying to us. It says it's only 30 degrees Celsius. This cannot be true. It feels a lot hotter than that. So that big, beautiful spider, if you will call them that, up dangling from the web that's probably invisible to all of you, is a golden orb spider, and that's the female. I'm sure you've seen plenty of these spiders by now, but they're really fascinating. And it is so nice to see them out and about because they're quite spectacular. Normally when we have guests on safari, or in fact here at Eco Training with the students, they've come from far and wide and are not used to seeing spiders of this size. Most of them are in awe. A couple of them get out the car and run away. But we tend to fix that. But what's really interesting and happening in here is we've got a host of smaller species of spiders. So we've obviously got the male spiders, which are the ones that are sort of situated around the center of the web, and they will also be feeding on anything that this female catches, and they'll hopefully try and deposit a little package of sperm, if you will, into her cloaca and mate with her. But it's quite a tricky process. And then the other thing that's also really interesting, it might be very difficult for you to see, but you might catch a little glistening silvery sheen on this web. There's one just below my finger, and there's quite a few others moving in the web. Those are dewdrop spiders or mercury spiders, but they are kleptoparasites. So they're not really doing too much damage in the web, but essentially what that means, and if you actually look on the butterfly that was caught on the web, you might be able to see on the side closest to us and further away from us, you might be able to see those spiders a little bit better. And they will steal any little bits of food that get caught in the web that maybe this bigger spider is not really interested in. which is so fascinating. Look at that. But I think we're going to maybe stick around with the spider for a little bit longer, because there's a couple of other things I'd like to share with you, and we'll see if we get any interactions from the males or perhaps the dewdrop spiders. But off we go back across to Ngala to see what they're up to this afternoon.
Hi everybody, and welcome to andBeyond Ngala. So in front of us we have actually a very small baby elephant. A little while ago it was basically completely hidden by the bushes. Here's mom coming into frame. They're a very big mother, and she's just annihilating these round leaf teaks. She's been hopping from bush to bush to bush. Now the baby's going to follow while mom sets the pace. But I kid you not, that baby disappears in the long grass here. Mom is carrying a lot of milk. It was so cute to see. That little one was basically standing in the middle of a couple of round leaf teaks, and it was almost like it was stuck. So every now and then you just see the branches moving, but you can't see anything at all. Even a baby elephant disappears in the grass here now. See the mom just throwing leaves on top of herself. So it's quite interesting. I mean, around here on Ngala, there's a lot of round leaf teak, but you'll never see them growing very big. But then once you go into tented camp, they are huge trees. And now we know why. Even in summertime, the elephants love these plants, these trees. So there are 4 of them in total. I would guess that 3 of them are her youngsters, and then the one maybe just an adopted child. So my name is Rowan. Behind the camera we've got Odie, and we started off with a herd of elephant. For this afternoon we are basically bumbling for a while, and then maybe later on we'll head down into the river to see if we can find some of the Birmingham Pride, the other half. We went back to those tracks after this morning's drive, and it does look like they head east. So what we did is went to Auburn, checked the board, and lo and behold, on the board there's a sign that says, well, they've got the latest sightings, and it looks like just east of Auburn camp there was a private line. So 2 and 2 together, probably the Birmingham Pride, somewhere east of Auburn, or they were seen somewhere east of Auburn. So again, now we wait for tomorrow morning and hope for the best. You can see these guys, their ears are very, very, very busy. Odie, I'm going to go a little bit forward. They're trying to cool themselves down. So it's about 31 degrees Celsius. So we parked in a nice bit of shade, waited for the elephants to pass through. Now Odie and I are exposed to the sun to get you a better view. Sacrifices we make. I think we might lose these rather soon. It seems that the mom is going from one bush to another, so we're not going to put too much pressure on her. She is a little bit stressed. You can see secretions down the side of her temple. So once they're off, we are going to head further north, but for now we'll send you to Djuma, who just wants to say good afternoon.
We have come to a bit of an open grassland area, and we found a whole journey of giraffe and a nice dazzle of zebras down in the valley below. Welcome to a beautiful andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. My name is Djuma, and behind the camera we've got Craig, and we have come into this area to come and see what is out and about today. It's becoming a little bit windy. I'm sure you can see the grass moving and the wind blowing. So it's quite hot still, but we are so lucky to find these giraffe out in the open. They're all starting to move down to the valley to the left-hand side, towards, I'm assuming, some shade and some bigger trees where it's a little bit easier for them to feed. If you have a look, there's one that's standing there by a small dead tree, just getting a nice scratch on there. You can almost see the way that it's pulling its ears. It's almost like it's pulling its face from the enjoyment of scratching itself there. Looks like a young individual. Oh, just one last hard scratch before it moves off. And now it's catching up with the rest of them. They were all feeding on these smaller bushes that's growing all around this hillside here. But I think they're all heading down. See how all of them have kind of just stopped there now. So it's a big female there with, it seems like, a few sub-adult ones. And before just walking into the thickets there below, you can see hooked up, listening forward to where they want to go walk. So really make up ahead of them before they just go into the thickets. See, the biggest one in the back there is just chewing the cud a little bit, ruminating. But while these giraffe are all moving down to the valley there below us, I think we are probably going to keep on going and see if we can look for some white rhinos in these open grasslands.
So now you can see that that female orb-web spider is actually feeding on the butterfly that the little dewdrop spiders were feeding on. I don't think that there's much left in there, though. It looks like it's been there for most of the day. Now, something that I wanted to chat to you about, and I can't even remember if I've told you this or not, but I was reading an interesting article late last year about a study that's being done on a spider that's in the orb-web spider family, because remember, this is one of the largest families of spiders in the world, so you don't just get them here. And some of you may be familiar of the Brazilian wandering spider or banana spider. That's an orb-web spider. And this study is fascinating, and I'm sure that they're going to start to do studies on our orb-web spiders too. But anyways, what happened is the scientists many, many years ago suspected that there might have been some kind of poison or something in the web. And the reason why he thought this is because often he would watch things like bees, which are normally attracted to the yellow webs and typically get stuck in this, or any of the flying creatures, and they get stuck in the web, and the spider hadn't even come down and bitten them, and they would look like they were starting to show symptoms of a neurotoxic effect. So typically most spiders, barring a couple, have a cytotoxin, but most spiders have some kind of a neurotoxin in their venom. And anyways, what he started to see was that the spiders weren't even coming down to wrap their food. They would just eventually struggle in the web and then stop moving without having any interaction with the spider. And he thought that this was quite fascinating. So then what he did is he did a controlled study where he'd watch bees and flies fly into the web, and then he would remove them before the spider could get to them and put them in a dish. And even after he took the spiders from the web, he noticed that they were still sort of looking quite lethargic. And typically what a neurotoxin does is it starts to shut down all your organs or your central nervous system. And he thought, this is so strange. Anyways, it took him 25 years to conclude his study. But his study concluded that with Brazilian wandering spiders, that they have some kind of a neurotoxin in their webs as well. So that the spider doesn't even need to go out and envenomate its prey in order to kill it. So the web itself will paralyze and kill the prey. And then I'm sure it will still come and bite them to start liquefying the insides. But I thought that was quite interesting. And I wonder if it is the case with the orb-web spiders here in South Africa. So hopefully in the next few years, I think it will take some time, they'll be able to conclude that study too. But I was really, really just so interested in it. And it's such a beautiful web. I mean, it is huge. So not only can the spider trap things like butterflies that we can see in the web, or bees and flies that we were talking about, but a number of cases there have been reports of small bird species even being caught in these webs. That's how tough this web is of the orb web spiders. So I remember many years ago at a reserve I used to work at in the southern Sabi sands, one of the guides had found I think it was a golden-breasted bunting that was stuck in the web. The spider hadn't fed on it, but unfortunately the bird was all entangled around its feet, and it must have died like that. And then I saw another post on the wonderful social medias of the world that there was, I think it was either a tawny flank prinia or a rattling cesticula, I forget which one. It was also stuck in the web, but it managed to free itself. Now that would be quite a meal for a spider of this size, but it just goes to show that literally anything can get trapped in here. And a few times I thought that I was going to get trapped in a web too, especially when you're leading a walk and you've got to take on all the webs first thing in the morning. But off you go across to the Sabi sands. I was just talking about it, but instead of going down to the south, you'll be heading to the north with Lauren.
Along the dam wall.
Just lost him there.
We've lost him. Oh dear. And although we do see a lot of water monitors, I think it's the same one we see here at Chitwa. And we've just been sitting at Myron the hippos, and if you see the two small ones at the back there, they're definitely juveniles, and they're behaving a little bit differently from the adults, as juveniles do, and they just keep playing and annoying each other. One keeps trying to get on top of the other keeps trying to get on top. Whereas the adults are they've all got their own space, personal space. We all know that's very important. But these two youngsters, if you just watch, you'll see two heads pop up.
Afternoon, Brazil. So far, welcome.
And of course, they submerge right on cue. They've been playing for quite a while now. It's been very sweet. I think it's the same youngsters that we saw when they were tiny calves. They're obviously getting very big quickly. Whereas the three adults there, they're all spaced out. And Davy, if we could just get you to give a little view of the goslings over there. We've got the Egyptian goose, I'm guessing it's mom. And all the goslings are just tucked away into the sweetest little section of shade. I can only see 3 heads in my binoculars, but there could be more.
Can't see much more.
Davy doesn't see any more. Okay, we're going to go with 3. You see, they're just nestled into the shade there. They're wet. And Mom is very much standing guard. Sweet. Okay, our hippos have all disappeared. They've been playing and playing and playing. But typical. They have submerged. So I think we should bumble on. What we're going to try and do is have a little look at that kill from this morning at Sydney's Dam area. It was a huge adult impala ram, and it was just abandoned in the middle of the open area. So it's a little bit of a tricky signal spot there. It always has been. It's always been a bit of a black spot. We do extremely well to broadcast from the wild, but Sydney's Dam's always been tricky. But we're going to try and see if the vultures are still there, or maybe hyenas. Really, I just want to see the hyenas. But it'll be interesting because it's very close to the Manguleti, and it may not be our Djuma clanners. If there are any hyenas there, we may get to see some new individuals, and I really want to start documenting the other clans and possibly learn a little bit more about our spotties, as they're called. Although we know a lot about the Djuma clan, and I guess the Elephant Plain clan, we don't actually know much about any other sort of hyena clans around here. So it'll be really, really fascinating. So that's exactly where we're going to head. But they were guessing it was a leopard kill. And the leopard didn't have enough time to hoist or got spooked and abandoned the carcass. So we don't actually know that. It was just a full impala that was lying on the ground, but they think it may have been Cara. So let's go and have a look.
It's the month of March and WildEarth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
It's a huge privilege to be in these incredible places with these amazing animals. I love filming lions. When they do get up and do something, it's always spectacular. When they are playing, are incredibly fun to watch, especially subalterns and cubs. I love being in the bush and working in these incredible places with these amazing animals. We want to bring it to you so that you can almost feel like you're right there and be able to experience it and enjoy it the way we are.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth Safari Guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
Guys, have a look at what we've got. This is better than my birthday. Look at that. This is the first time that I ever see cubs this small. This is so special. This has officially just become my best sighting of all times.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Alright, squirreling around. Lovely little colony of ground squirrels here. Here's one just popping its head out of the hole. They are as entertaining to watch as meerkats. They're very, very busy little animals. Typically found daytime. They're only active. Whoop. And at the first sign of danger, that's what they would do. Also residing in these extensive burrow systems. So this is actually the culprit that would start a burrow system. And meerkats will actually take it over. And sometimes, like we've seen, actually they'll co-inhabit these burrow systems. So through the continent of Africa, there's 5 different species that one could see along the continent of Africa. And they all have a very similar appearance to them. They all got a general shape, and then if you look at that coat, they've also got a nice dark coating on, and then also a fluffy tail. Excuse me. So this little colony is inhabiting a little burrow system here at the edge of this pan, and typically you can find individuals being 5 to 30 in a colony. And obviously it's a safety point or aspect that they are together. Safety in numbers. So it shows us that there's no snakes in this burrow system, because that's the same burrow system where we found that dark morph cobra a couple of months ago, the one that nearly came into the vehicle. Very nice to see. Very, very active little animals, and they need to be vigilant because there's a few things that would predate on them. Predatory birds, so raptors, and as well as some ground-dwelling mesocarnivores, jackal, caracal, even leopard. So they've got to be super vigilant, and using these underground burrow systems are basically a very, very efficient way of evading predators, although that some predators will actually dig them up. If you take a look at a rattle, or what we call a honey badger, they'll actually actively dig out animals like this from these extensive burrow systems. Very large eye. And they feed on a wide range of plant matter. They are part of the rodent family, and what they'll do is dig up matter or roots, bulbs, and then you can see that one's actually chomping on a little bit of leaf matter there. We haven't got a lot of tracks. We've got some spot rain that came through here last night. They are very cute. Like a little chipmunk appearance to them. Where you gone? He's just hiding behind there. So, not a lot of activity at this watering hole. We've taken a look, myself and BK have done a little walkabout here. Got some spot hyena that came in last night, and there's a host of antelope tracks and giraffe, but nothing viable for us to use at this point in time. Let's push the car forward a bit here, BK. We also had a slender mongoose on the other side of this pan, and we are sitting here nice and quietly just in case it wants to come out and show itself. It is just on the other side of the pan. We thought it was going to go after the blacksmith lapwing nest. So if you take a look at mongoose are opportunistic animals. And they would range, their food items or food stuff would range from eggs, lizards, small rodents, birds. And they typically capture prey via stalking and then pouncing. Really entertaining to watch mongoose when they are active. And this species being a very, very beautiful one at that. Black-faced waxbill calling in the distance. Let's see if we can get a sight of it. Where are you? Oh, there they go. So this blacksmith lapwing sitting on another clutch of eggs, which is great. So in the next couple of weeks, we're going to be able to view very, very young blacksmith lapwing chicks. She's sitting on the other side of the bank. Do you see? You got it. Oh, sorry, VK. I'm busy looking in another direction with my binoculars. Yeah, so it's very still here today. Very easygoing, which is okay. So he is sitting tight on those eggs. And that's the same nest that was used a couple of months ago with its previous brood. And that's the perfect spot in between all that stuff. See a lot of pebbles and stones. That's perfect for camouflage. Oh, that slender mongoose is gone. Excuse me? Yeah, let's go. Andrew, it is risky to nest there, but they are very devoted parents, and if you had to have a predator, sorry BK, approach that nest, the birds would act very aggressively, so making a lot of vocalization. An individual could come past and dive bomb, so basically flying up above and actually swooping past the threat, and then wings stretched out, actually flicking the wings. They can be very aggressive. So it is a risk, but that is typically where lapwings would nest, is on the ground. And then they do have an advantage wherein they are in the egg phase, that their eggs are cryptically colored, so they'll be light brown with little black speckles and flicks on it. Very, very beautiful to see. So very devoted parents to ensure the safety of that very, very high-prized clutch. So the other member will be out feeding at the moment, and they'll take over from one another, basically relieving this duty, and then the other individual will go off and feed. But we're going to go on the southern end of this pan, and we're going to head off into the dunes, I think, see what we can pick up out there. So as I said, there's not much over here. So we'll go in search of something. Oh, there's other individuals.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, sure. It's always such a treat coming to a watering hole like this and just sitting quietly. It is a lovely watering hole. This has to be one of my most frequently visited water holes when I'm on a safari. It's also just good for birding, for animal life, mammal life as well. And then also late afternoon when the sun is setting, you've got to have a nice cold beverage after a hard day's work, and this is the spot to do it at. Something about the water, very calming. I can sit and stare at the ocean and for hours just watching the water. There's something mesmerizing about it. It's watching the ripples glide across the surface. And so in the next 2 months, we're going to see this water source start to shrink at a very, very quick pace. There's a lot of water in here. We're very, very grateful for it. And this becomes a hub now through the drier parts. This becomes a very, very frequently used watering hole. So zebra come down from the mountain, from 3 or 4 dunes west, and antelope will come out east towards this watering hole. Leopard come in here frequently. This is where, I think it was Moritz, it was Deirdre Moritz was with you folks. With the cheetah, those 2 males, they were also here. They love coming to this watering hole. So, very, very important point. But we're going to go to the southern parts of this watering hole, and but for now, let's send you over to Andrew, who's on a little bumble.
Right, everybody, we got an elephant. Now, looks like they came from, we due east of Gary Dam. I think we started from there when we would check around for these hippos and the Ngala. It's amazing how animals can move around, and we're back into this area, and then there's an elephant, and they walk past right there. But now they feeding facing east. You can see their ears already flapping them because of the hot that is already taken place. So this is the probably small herd that I can see right now. Could be maybe more. But once you see females, and you know it's a breeding herd. So they move about during the day, also at night. Even they love it so much because there is no much of a heat. The temperature drop, they can still move, feed. It's so easy for such a big animal to disappear right in front of us. We're going to maybe keep up with them on the other side because there's a road on the eastern side there. Even when they disappear from this point, then we're trying to keep up with them from the other side. And right here in front of us, we've got a I think I lost the comb there. Didn't copy the question. We've got dwarf mongoose right in front of us. So elephants, from the elephants we got a small animal as a dwarf mongoose. Just came to the road in front of us. And these guys spend a lot of time foraging through these grasses, searching for various different food, such as So Caesar, you're asking if elephants are afraid of a dwarf mongoose. They're not afraid of a dwarf mongoose. But maybe by chance, when maybe these creatures make such a movement where elephants is and the elephants don't really have a visual of them, probably they get a little frightened, the elephant. And they're definitely always frightened from any of a movement that they don't see what it is. Or even a sound that they don't understand what it is. And then they will all of a sudden just freak out and trumpet from there. But the minute they have a sight, and yeah, they will deal with it. So that afraid will be actually from that point where maybe they don't see it, but they see movement through grasses. Because this thing is so small. Look at their little eyes and their little pink nostrils. And all of a scratch. And I can groom. Sinex, so you're asking if I ever seen a dwarf mongoose interacting with the big herbivores. I've seen mongoose socialize with the various different birds, except for the prey species bird, where bird of prey. Those eagles now won't associate with them, but they would associate with such starlings and drongo the bird, hornbills there. And there would be amongst the impalas in the group. And then they wouldn't mind. They don't actually challenge for a fight at all. Everybody do their own thing. Nobody hunting, no one. So they can interact with various such as the antelope and impalas. And these birds, the hornbills. And when it comes to the hornbill, whether it's a red-billed hornbill or yellow, southern yellow-billed hornbill, it's amazing how they're playful and roll around in the sand. So you're asking if mongoose they have a good eyesight. Indeed, yes, they do have a good eyesight. And usually when they don't have this bird, the hornbill as a lookout, and then would be maybe one sitting on a high point, such as falling logs, where it's a better visual to look around, more especially, look around in the air for eagles, hawks. And these are leopards around here, because of course leopards, they would spend maybe an hour trying to stalk mongoose just to get in the energy and get going. So small thing, there's not much of a meat for leopard. But yeah, they do have a good eyesight. I'm going to catch up with these elephants. I'm going to be sending you across to squirrels with Kyle.
So the one that's sitting on its haunches there is giving us a great view of a very defining characteristic of this animal. It's that beautiful white stripe that runs on the side of the body. So, as I said in the beginning there, that they all share a very similar appearance, and then obviously body structure. There's only one species out of all four that does not have that white stripe, and that would be found within East Africa, up to the Horn of Africa, and that's called the unstriped ground squirrel. So all these squirrels inhabiting the terrestrial basis, very, very prominently found through not just Southern Africa, but Africa as well. There's a great advantage that's also being displayed there. Look how the animal's holding onto the food item and gnawing away on it. And the animal has a bit of advantage because now holding that food item, it then can sit in a position where it is gaining a height advantage. Oh, a bit of barrow maintenance. Are you in the way there, buddy? Very strong, very long claws, obviously remarkable diggers. And they're able to dig within fairly hard substratum. So if you look at calcrete, it's also very hard matter to dig through, and they have no trouble digging into earth. Very, very hard earth. Go to Namibia, you could have a species out there that inhabits very rocky and very harsh terrain. But those long claws, aiding and itching as well. Aiding an itch. Beautiful fluffy tail. So the tail will also be used to balance the animal when it's standing on its hindquarters to gain an extra bit of height. So really, really big advantage for this animal. But then they also use their tails as a bit of shade. So through the hotter periods of the day, the sun is beating down the animal can actually flick its tail up and over the top of its head, providing some much needed shade through the hotter periods of the day here. They look really funny when they're munching away with something in their hand like that. So there, the tail coming into perfect play. It's very, very bushy. And that fur can be manipulated, so they can flatten the tail out, giving it a very flat, very uniform appearance, and then they can also make it very, very bushy. And they actually use their tail as a form of distraction as well. If they're trying to evade something, they are very quick on the turn. And they actually wave their tail in the opposite direction to confuse a predator on where they're actually going to go. Via stat mace haunt. Waving tail mouse dog, translated from Afrikaans. I hope I'm right on that, everybody. Vierstat meeshond, if I'm pronouncing and saying it correctly. But it's the behavior of this animal waving its tail vigorously when it is trying to evade a predator. Hello. So female groups and male groups are separate. It's a very strange separation, but works very well. So you'll find that these females will be semi-localized. A secret march, do they have escape? I think the question, do they have escape tunnels? So there'll be tunnels that are interlinked to one another here, and having multiple entrances and exits is always a great advantage. If something is chasing and you need to get out, you don't want just one way in and one way out. That basically puts you in a very dangerous corner. So yes, there would be another escape route, so to say, that can be utilized by these animals. Obviously great to reside in because they are diurnally active, and at night time they'll reside in these tunnels or these little warren systems. But having a way to exit in case something comes down there after you, you need that. So mainly vegetation. You can see the one on the right hand side is chomping around vegetation, but every now and then they will also go after insects, and as well as termites every now and then. But we can enjoy these little guys. Let's send you over to Andrew.
Thanks, Kyle. We actually managed to find or re-find our elephant. Now we got a female that she looks like she already started to debark that tree, as you can see on her left. It's a marula tree. Actually be the bark, the wood itself, comboyam layer. It's gonna take time for everybody. Keep an eye on that female. She may return to that tree there to debark again. Shadrach, you're asking how many kilogram of food they eat per day. So elephants, they need roughly nearly 200 kilogram of food a day for such a big elephant. So few various different group or size able to take, the young one can take 60 kilogram up 70 kilogram, but the bigger one they would definitely need it.
Beautiful kudu bull coming to the water. Gorgeous, sure. See a lot of flowers on his neck. Very thick neck. We're coming into the mating period for kudu shortly. They are typically found mating within the winter periods. And so you would find a lot of these bulls now wandering far and wide in search of female groups. We have a lot of disputes between individuals, so hopefully we can get to see that, because they can really get nasty with one another. And those beautiful corkscrew horns can actually be... Oh, please land, please land. Oh. Can actually be very dangerous weapons, but then also can be at a massive disadvantage. I've seen footage where two kudu interlocked their horns and they weren't able to unlock their horns and actually died. A lion came up and unfortunately killed them both. But when you're fighting for mating rights, you're not thinking about anything else. It's a very, very strong urge to reproduce, and something that animals take very seriously. It's everything to them. It's massive ears. A very majestic kudu. I always find kudu being very majestic, and just their sheer presence is just great. What he's doing with his horns, putting his horns in the mud, scraping the mud and then lifting it up. A lot of animals that coat their horns like that with mud come down and actually rub their whole face into the soft, muddy substratum. BK, can you just focus on his feet quickly? I want you folks to focus on how he's walking. Where he lifts his front foot, look how his hind foot comes in exactly the same position. It's something we call registering. And this family group, the spiral horn group, typically move like that. And that's a way in which they are minimizing on sound, because your front hoof has already made the noise and displaced soil and, broken little sticks and twigs. So you don't want to go step on a new patch. So they lift their front foot and their hind foot comes almost on exactly the same spot. And when we find kudu tracks, I'm going to show you folks how perfect they actually do register. Sometimes you can't even see the front hoof. These little ground squirrels are still, they were watching the kudu with us. Whoopsie. We've got a pale chanting goshawk, busy calling in the distance. And the Coronaberg looking very beautiful this afternoon. Lovely sight. So towards the later parts of the afternoon, you can really see the undulating format. They look uniform through the midday period because obviously the angle of the sun, but now through the later parts of the afternoon, you can really see her beautiful curves. Okay, well, let's take this trusty steed a little bit further south. And let's go see what we can run into. So we're going to reverse the vehicle a tiny bit over here, just so I can get back onto the road properly. And then we are going to be moving a little bit further south. There's another big nest over here. I want to take a look in the nest. Maybe we can find a cobra or maybe even a wormslung in and around it.
With a slew of potential dangers lurking, it's essential to be aware of your surroundings whilst walking in the wilderness.
20 yards away from one of the most endangered species. This is a big bull.
What a moment, what a close encounter with an early bull. He's just over here now. He's moved completely away.
Being on a bushwalk and seeing a leopard, I mean, it's ridiculous to be this close to a leopard on foot and for him not to run is absolutely insane. How crazy was that?
Through the gap there is just the back of the head of a male lion. He is absolutely unaware that we are here right now. I'll tell you, seeing lions on foot, it definitely brings out the caveman in you, this little scared human being.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Look at this, the little one is up and about. Certainly hasn't had enough milk at this age. No amount of milk is enough. Oh, corky. Too sweet. Oh, look at this. That is stunning.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Righty, so we are still just bumbling around. Actually, just waiting for it to cool down a little bit. We checked a watering hole just up here known as Orpid. Oh, there's a giraffe. There's a giraffe just on the other side of the termite mound. He spotted us when we spotted him. Yes, it is a him. Even from this angle, actually, I'm going to stop here just in case he does run a little bit forward. Let's see. Yeah. Actually, he's walking to the left now. So we're waiting for it to cool down just a little bit. We found tracks of the lioness and her 3 youngsters in the riverbed, not too far from where we are now, but no sign of them in the river. So it might just be a bit hot, and they are on the southern bank, hidden. So once it cools down just a little bit, we'll go back there and see if they want to come out. Goodness me, for a 4-meter tall animal. Oh, here we go. Out in the sun. A little bit of a loop there. Actually quite relaxed. It's nice. It's so close by. Just going to stop there. It's a lovely shot. I'm shaking his head trying to get an oxpecker out of his ear. Successfully. The oxpecker is now on his neck. Lovely how high he stands above the tree line. Just watching us. You can see those beautiful eyes. So it's still rather hot out here. But not too bad. It's getting better and better. And I think later on we'll probably have to wear fleece as South Africans in the cold. But big male, and he looks to be in incredible shape. You can't really see any holes or anything on him. Doesn't look like he's been fighting too much. That knob just in front of his ossicones doesn't look like it's too swollen. So I wouldn't say he's too old. I mean, giraffe generally live to about 25 out here, and I would say maybe he's about 15. Not too much fighting, although he is definitely the size that will have mating rights now. If he does come across other males, they'll definitely have a bit of a bout of necking. I love the way they walk. Now it looks like he's stopped to feed. I know knobthorn maybe. That is a knobthorn. Blakely, giraffe pretty much form loose associations. So if you were watching earlier when Phinda just came on the show, they showed a journey of giraffe, actually quite a number of them all together. But then every now and then you just find them alone. So there's no strict rule whether they are gregarious or whether they are solitary. I think they enjoy the company of others, especially the females. If they have babies, you often see one female would leave their babies with another female and they go off feeding. So then you have almost like a creche where the babies hang out with one female, or you could find hundreds of them all together. There are shots taken in the Serengeti of about 40 giraffe all in a line. Beautiful. But yeah, no strict rule for them whether they are solitary or gregarious. You actually see the oxpecker now on the ossicone, on the horn of the giraffe, sticking its bill through the fur there, I think, just trying to almost comb out any external parasites. Got a cool silhouette. So from here, facing into the sun, I can't really tell whether it's a red-billed or a yellow-billed oxpecker. So the bird's getting food and the giraffe is getting food. Reaching high up, I think the higher leaves probably are quite a bit sweeter, having more access to the sun during the day, so photosynthesize a little bit better. I was hoping that you would see the tongue of the giraffe stick out, so they can stick that tongue about 20 centimeter out of the mouth. It's something to see. Of course, often what they do as well is clean their own nostrils with it, and that's a bit gross, although funny to watch. So now it makes sense why they have those long eyelashes, because they stick their head basically into a thorn tree to try and get to the nicer leaves. What a beautiful animal. Very, very, very elegant. Still waiting for the silhouette of that tongue to come through. Although I guess, you don't really have to. He can basically stick his head right into the middle of the tree. So there's no need for the tongue. I think he just scoops the leaves and then bites it off. You see the entire tree moving as he bits off that last little piece. So that knobthorn, they do have very sharp, recurved thorns on them. But then a giraffe has evolved in such a way that they can actually eat from that. Elephants also love this. Actually, all browsers, all animals that eat leaves, love to go for knobthorns. Called a knobthorn because on the tree it grows a little knob, and then every single knob has a thorn on it. And that was the evolution of the trees. So yeah, from here you can't really see the knobs either. Usually on the younger branches, you'll be able to see it. Don't think. I was actually waiting for the giraffe to move a little bit further west. See, eventually, what's going to happen is this tree is going to give off tannin, and so all the leaves are going to get too bitter, and it actually won't be that nice for the giraffe to eat. So he'll stay here for a little while, eat, and then probably venture off to the next tree. So as I said a little bit earlier, we are going to head just a little bit further west, then cut south, go back towards the Timbavati River, and hopefully that lioness is out and about with her youngsters. I think what might have happened last night, or even today, during the course of the day, is she went out hunting, and hopefully she was successful, so her belly would be very full again, and feed her youngsters some milk. Oh, she's now just going to the other side of the tree. I guess it's not really getting off tannins yet. There has been cases of, trees talking to one another, and a couple of giraffe, I can't remember where it was, but a couple of giraffe actually died of tannin poisoning because the trees were communicating with each other too fast. And so when they're taking too much tannin, it just dries up the stomach. So you don't really see these animals eat from the larger leaf trees because those trees just contain so much tannin. See, every now and then there's a flick of the tail, but very content with what it's eating. It's funny, both the ears are facing back, so while it's eating, it's still listening to every single thing that's going on around him. Very aware. I've often said this, but if I was any animal out here, any impala or zebra or something like that, my best friend would definitely be a giraffe. And they can see so much. Although I've had it before where a giraffe nearly stepped onto a leopard. Exquisite to watch because I saw a giraffe jump for the first time. It jumped backwards. And then initially we thought it was a snake. That might have been in the grass that just moved in front of it. And then on close inspection, we drove just a little bit closer to the giraffe. This small female leopard just jumped up and ran away from us. Those are the days when we still could find leopard. The grass wasn't as long back then. This is the year when we've received too much rain. Okay, so the giraffe is gone. We're going to continue west, and then, like I said, cut south, and then start making our way to the Timbavati River. As the sunset, as it gets a little bit cooler, I think we might have a bit of luck with the lions or the lioness and the youngster coming out. So cross your fingers, hold your thumbs, and hope for the best. Oh, the erosion here is very, very bad. With all that amount of rain coming down, any dry section, the water just runs off and erodes the sand so badly, so it's just divots everywhere. Quite nice. It doesn't look like anyone's driven on this road in quite a while, so I think we'll be the first ones for a couple of days, especially, well, seems like no one's driven here since after the rain. Quite a lot of elephant tracks, but going in that direction. It's not too far from where we found the herd a little bit earlier. The one that was destroying all our roundleaf teaks. And the baby hiding inside the bush. So I'm hoping on the next road as we turn left, oh, there's a massive black mamba. Look at that OD. Gee whiz. Look at the head rearing up. Poof. Did you get it? Oh, okay. No elephant, but a huge black mamba. Of course, I think we surprised the mamba as much as it surprised us. You could see the head lifting and then off the road it goes. Okay, so we turn left here and then we continue searching. But for now, I'll send you back to Lauren on Djuma.
Now, we've just driven along the drainage line here, and there's lots of elephants down here. So I just want to see if we can't go into the drainage line right now. Oh, hello, elephants. Now, if I was an elephant, this is exactly where I would want to be. It's cool. There's lots of opportunities for shade, and of course, plenty food. You got him, Dov? Look at that. I was hoping to find some elephants, of course, at the waterhole today, but that never quite happened. But at least we found them. There's also a mother and a calf coming down. We'll get a view of them in just a moment. A very small little herd. You see them, Dov?
Yes, I do.
They've just finished debarking a marula, which is really not ideal for the marula. They're debarking a lot of trees around here, which can effectively kill the trees. Completely destroys them, removes all the tissue that they had to get ready for growth, and can sometimes wipe out their own inner transport mechanism. Trees have their own system to pass nutrients, to pass water. That's how they survive. They're living things. They are moving away, but it's nice even just to get a little bit of a long-distance visual of them. Kerry, you're asking, will the elephants leave this area during the winter? They leave all the time. They're not territorial, and you won't find the same elephants in the same area. I'm afraid they're highly mobile animals. They cover great distances. Now, of course, some parts of the larger Sabi sands are fenced to prevent human-wildlife conflict, which can happen, but they have an absolutely huge area and there's no fences around the Kruger, so they can walk straight east from us and end up in the Kruger National Park. But you will find that the matriarchs who are responsible for leading the herd to safety, to greener pastures, to water, reliable water sources, they do take the same routes time and time again. They know which areas produce the favourite grasses that they love. They know which areas will always have water, even in the sort of harshest of winters. So they will come and they will go, but they're not restricted to any sort of area. They're very mobile and they will move. We do have a fence in some parts of the Sabi sands, and that's just to prevent chaos, of course. You can't walk into your local grocery store and find a male lion. That's not going to happen, but otherwise we get elephants coming in from the Kruger, and sometimes our elephants leave us and head that way. The Sabi Sands is part of the Greater Kruger National Park, but we sit on the sort of western fringes of it, if you look at the map. It's a separate area, and we are in the northern sector of the Sabi Sands. Davi, I think I've been holding my brake and I'm not sure I can hold it any longer. I'm going to let go. There we go. The cameramen are not happy when we do that. Let go of the brake. Now my leg can relax. Now, just because this jackalberry is right here, it's one of my favourite jackalberries, and we all talk about the trees that we wish to see leopards in, and believe it or not, in that big chunky branch on the left-hand side, Tlalamba recently had a kill in there. And we were all overjoyed. We could not believe it. We've been waiting to have a leopard in this jackalberry, and lo and behold, there was one. Now, as I was driving around Quarantine earlier, we could smell... There's no other way to put it. We could smell death. Something large is dead. So we couldn't see anything when the sun was really harsh, but now that it's starting to get a little bit easier on the eyes, we're going to go back and scratch around. And as I do that, we are going to send you guys all the way down to Tswalu.
squirrel, using your senses. That's it. This crown lapwing's making a noise. I thought there was a predator in the area. So they would typically alarm call like that if a predator was in the area. And it's always very important to utilize other animals. So it can be a very useful way of picking up on something else. We've got a yellow mongoose in and amongst these ground squirrels, and they're actually chasing each other now. They're playing almost like a game of tag. You can see the slender appearance of the mongoose, that pointy snout when it comes through that eland's bean. There it is. Yo! In the hole. So these two species will co-inhabit burrow systems, and I think once you've had the day's feed, or you've filled up the belly, if you have a buddy to play with like this, it's not a bad thing. It's a little male. Yeah, by the dead branches. Just gone to the left over there now. It should come out here in the open patch. Sorry, FC, I heard a question about, are the ground squirrels territorial? They don't show territorial behavior, but I think they would show aggression if other members just rocked up, especially over their burrows. So if you take a look at the burrows, you can have mongoose, the ground squirrels and meerkats within one burrow system. So that system being very extensive, there's multiple chambers and tunnels for animals to reside in. Whereas in animals like this over here, this yellow mongoose and these ground squirrels will be inhabiting the same burrow system. I've seen it countless times, and as well as the mongoose with species like the meerkats. Yeah, lightning quick reflexes. I think that mongoose had a strong shot of coffee. There's a little mongoose at the background. You can see as well now, upright position, using its tail to stabilize itself while it stands upright like that and gaining a little bit of a height advantage. But watching mongoose are very entertaining because they are so active. You can see that slender, streamlined body posture, or structure, sorry. Oh, what did you just do there? Sorry about that. Insects, a lot of insects now would make part of this mongoose's diet, but you'll see they also go after birds, eggs, the chicks inside the nests, lizards, rodents. Obviously they have the ability, along with the dental structure, to grab and hold on to things. Watch the ground lapwing. Maybe it's going to chase. Is that thunder? Sheesh. Look how the bird... Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Yeah. Obviously the mongoose is a big threat to these birds. You can see the mobbing behavior. You can hear the calls as well now. Wow. Naughty little mongoose. Sure. This animal is going mad. Yep, there comes the bird back. Wow. I've got a lot of respect for these little animals. I've watched yellow mongoose a lot, and they are very, very optimistic animals. They'll seize any opportunity that comes along. We had a couple of weeks ago a mongoose, yellow mongoose, trying to take out a Cape cobra. And I thought the mongoose would come off second best. And this interaction went on for about a half an hour, where this mongoose, this yellow mongoose, had this Cape cobra cornered. You want to talk about lightning fast reflexes. Think about a snake and how fast it strikes. That mongoose was toying with the snake. It eventually chased the snake at about 80 meters off into the field, and the snake found a hole and underground it went. But these animals are very skillful. There's yellow-billed hornbill in the background as well now. Very alert as well. You can see how it moves, stops, looks, gathers all the information of its surroundings, and then moves again. The birds don't seem too fussed about him now. There was a lot of aggression showed there a couple of minutes ago. Now it's almost like, everything's fine. We're going to reposition the vehicle and just keep tabs on what goes on here. But let's send you over to Djuma for a bit.
Thanks, Kyle. So we got a birds over here, or bird. It's called a red-billed hornbill. Feeding on it looks like that entrance, it's open a chamber of a termite. So this is a termite mound where the chimney has opened. They have opened it up. Probably was for a cooling off, but now the bird has a feast, feeding on them. When every time they come out, the bird would be waiting in that entrance. Take one by one. Gone back again. Was only checking for safety. If you notice where the chimney open, it's wet. So the termite itself, they were busy building. So every year they do this, they have to make sure it's built up. In the winter they will seal that chimney closed. I don't need really very cold inside there. Oops, looks like there's a visitor here. It's cool, now we have another species. It was a southern yellow-billed hornbill, but moved. It's only came to chase the red-billed. And they flew off and perched in a tree. Will come back, I think. So the yellow-billed hornbill, it's indeed, yes, bigger than a red. So southern yellow-billed hornbill, which, yes, you're right, then red-billed hornbill, it's bigger than a yellow-billed. Where this one's length of 42-50 centimeter. So I'm gonna carry on, check around if I find a cat this evening. When the sun going down, so chance maybe the cats come out about.
WildEarth explorer Jenny recently joined Tristan as he broadcast live from Djuma.
Awesome to kind of have a guest on board. I'm looking forward to this. This is Jenny.
Hi everyone.
And Jenny is the first of our Ticket to Dream holders.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Literally being with Tristan on the vehicle today has been incredible. It has truly been a dream come true.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
I would highly recommend being a part of the Explorer program and being able to be a part of an interactive live drive.
Well, one track here in front of me, and then one track went right there. I want to follow the track with the cubs. Sorry, I'm gone behind the car. That's very rude of me. I want to follow the track with the cub. Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Okay, so everybody, we've just bumped into Pride of Lion.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond in Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
The croc is still holding another one there. It's holding from the hindquarters. I would really want the wildebeest cross. Is it trying? The croc is holding the tail. It's holding tight. Oh no. Goodness me. Lucky, lucky wildebeest. You have another day to live.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Alright, a very sneaky bird. And we're just trying to get you folks a little glimpse of this gorgeous bird. Nice grey head, olive green at the back, and then beautiful yellow trailing edge on the wings. Massive black bib across the chest. There it is. You see it, BK? Okay, it's a bit of a tricky view now, but BK is going to try his best. You're right there, it's sitting dead still. It's just in the fork there. You can just see the body moving, but we want a bit of light on this bird. Oh. It's a bokmakiri. Lovely bird to see. Oh, is he gone now? Let me just try and move up a little bit. Sometimes very sneaky birds and how they... Oh, there we go. In the gap there, BK. Oh, a little bit tricky, you see what I mean? Let's help BK. use the thick part of the trunk. Sorry folks, it's a little bit tricky here where it's sitting. We're trying to get a little view. To the right, there it goes, to the right, up, and to the right more, up a bit more, and punch it. Yes, there we go. Teamwork makes the dream work. There's that beautiful big black bib I spoke of. See, so when it comes to birding, obviously the more you bird, the better you become at it. And just knowing pieces, if you had to take a bird and basically create a puzzle of it, and then knowing all those parts of the puzzle makes birding a lot easier once you start recognizing these small, finer details of birds. Because when a bird is sitting in thick vegetation like this, you only get to see glimpses or parts of the bird, which can become very tricky. Okay, let me move the vehicle again. Lovely clouds here on our southwestern corner, and when we were busy looking at the mongoose being mobbed by those crowned lapwings, there's actually some thunder in the distance, which is lovely. I think we are going to be in for a spectacular sunset. But we're going to leave this bird. It's not going to give us a great view looking into the sun like that, but if it's on this side, there he is. Yeah. Oh my word, look at that, folks. You can see the grey head there, the top part of its head grey. That beautiful yellow throat patch, and then that nice broad band referred to as a bib across its chest. So I've found Bok Macquaries to be very elusive. They don't sit still for a long time. Oh, you see something. You can see that big hook at the end of the beak. That'll be a very important tool used by this bird to kill prey. Definitely sees a prized item there. And mainly insects this bird will be consuming. Insects of various kinds, grasshoppers and crickets. He's on the ground. Okay. There he is. And this is typically where you'd find them feeding, is in this undergrowth. Oh, has he got something? So insects, they also even take out things like small snails, and then reptiles and amphibians as well. I've seen a Bok Macquarie actually take out a chick out of a nest, believe it or not. So a very, very wide diet. And this allows it then to inhabit a very large portion of South Africa. They spread widely across the country. Sneaky little one, come on out there. But a very beautiful bird to see. There it comes. Sure. Pika, great job there. Diane, what does a Bok Macquarie nest look like? It'll be a beautiful little woven cup nest, and a very, very beautifully woven nest at that. And it'll be well concealed, so in thick vegetation or the foliage of a shrub, that's typically where they would build a nest. And when they lay the eggs, it'll be these beautiful little blue eggs. And I mean striking blue, I'm talking like baby blue. It's quite a remarkable colour. Oh. Gave BK the slip there. But yeah, so a beautiful little woven cup nest is what it'll be nesting in. Very active, looking for food now. You'll see sometimes it actually uses its beak to flick over foliage to see what's hiding underneath there. And when it does turn, I want you folks to focus on the end of its beak. Its beak is very heavily set, but then also the end of the beak has actually got a little hook. And that'll be a tool used by this bird to kill prey. Very active bird, look at that. The most striking thing about the bird, besides its beautiful colours, is its call. Lovely call, and they also love to sing in duet. He's looking at the armoured ground katydid there. And into the thick stuff. Sure, well done, BK, giving us a great view there. Okay, all right, well, you gave us a good show, I think. Lovely. Julie, so with MCCURDY, the sexes are alike. So it's not easy to determine male and female. I'm sure yes, they are alike, yes. It's a lovely big bank coming in over here in our southern sides, in the southern sections. We are meant to receive a little bit more rain through this evening and into the early hours of tomorrow morning, which we would be very, very grateful for. And I mean, let me just stop here for BK. Can just give us a beautiful view. It is looking really delicious out here now. Wow. Unbelievable. I find myself geeking out at stuff like this a lot. You know, you stop the vehicle and you absolutely just get it roped in to the sheer beauty of nature. I mean, look at that. As I've mentioned before, I love clouds that are fluffy like that. I want to go skydiving, and I always look at those clouds and always think about myself just like free-falling through them. It's quite a nice experience. Obviously, you don't want to be free-falling through that, and it's going to be a little bit wet. That's definitely thunderstorm development there in the south or southwestern corner of this system. There's a little more thunder. Just a deep rumble in the distance. And I've laid in my room. When I first started here at Tswalu, myself and my partner Rebecca, we went through a massive thunderstorm. And it's the longest that I've ever heard thunder rumble on. I mean, we must have laid there for at least 2 minutes, and we could just hear the thunder rumbling further and further as its sound just projects further from us. It was remarkable to lay there and just tap into that sound, obviously being projected away from you. And we've had some spectacular thunderstorms here. Sometimes it can be very isolated or very sporadic, or erratic, sorry. And then sometimes we just have these massive cloudbursts. 2017, 280 millimeters of rain in 24 hours. It was a downpour to be remembered. I was stuck with guests at the second lodge, which is Tarkuni, a beautiful villa tucked away in the Kronenberg mountain range. And we woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning. You could just feel the pressure. You could feel it was like almost hugging you. So if you go to areas where you have high humidity, you can feel the moisture almost hugging your body. And we sat out on the porch, and just before daybreak, the heavens just opened up, and it was just this continuous blanket of water coming down. It was incredible. But I hope you folks are ready for this afternoon sunset. So remember, put that seatbelt on, clip yourself in, because it is going to be something that's going to blow your socks off this afternoon. Soak it all up, taking that free energy, guys. Absorb it, manifest it. It's all you are it. It's remarkable. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to change this position, and we're going to head down this road, and we're going to head straight in towards the sun. And we're going to start hitting the first dune, and we're going to see what we can find along that dune crest. So this is a period now where you will have cheetah moving around. This is the period they like to be mobile. So let's move on. This is also the area that we have another group of meerkats in, so we might get lucky of picking up this group over here, and hopefully we can view them heading back to the burrow system. The second group is the females, also pregnant. So tummy, I saw her yesterday, her tummy is very big. So she'll be delivering new little pups soon, which would be really cool to see. Obviously the favorable conditions now, animals can have 3-4 litters a year. And other times when it's dry and lean, not a litter. All the ground catchbits. And I miss all of them. Beautiful light. Oh, how far do I think we drive around in a show? So, I would say anywhere between 10 and 15 kilometers. On an average day when we're out in the field with guests, we can clock 30, 40 kilometers easy. I had a safari with a lovely couple that comes to Tswalu every year. In 8 days, we clocked over 1,000 kilometers. You really got to move around here to find animals, and that's one thing. As soon as you leave the lodge, you want to get out there as quick as possible, and then obviously you want to start the groundwork of finding your target species. Just looking very nice in the light there. So on average, 5-10 kilometers on the show, but then guess we're clocking easy 30-40 kilometers a day. Or in one drive, sorry. Looking very nice, and then also that beautiful white-browed sparrow weaver. And there's one calling from our right-hand side. Very prominent bird here, and such a beautiful, I love their call. Especially early morning, they are one of the first birds to call out here. And you can see the very, very diagnostic eye stripe or supercilium that it's got above its eye. Very, very easy to recognize. And off it goes. Well, from this wonderful and ancient land, let's send you over to Lauren and see what she has for you guys.
I'm exactly where I wanted to be, at my favorite place with my favorite girl, and that is Miss Ribbon. There's other individuals here, and Tima's here, and there's another one that looked a little bit like Swazi, but of course it was from a distance. Cubs popped his head out, so I think now is the time the Dane's getting active. But when we first arrived, what was really fascinating is that Ribbon was contact calling. Now, we hear the leopards contact calling for their cubs. We hear the lions contact call for one another. Ribbon was doing it. She's calling in Gwazi and Shimbulu because they've separated between Danes now. So Ribbon may actually not know which Dane her boys are in. So it's a very soft, ooh. Oh, okay, that's actually not very good. Can you do it, Darby?
Not really, no.
Not really. I think we need Ribbon to do it. But we're going to sit here and hopefully the cubs come very soon. And for now, over to Ngala.
Guys, I'm not too sure how long we're going to stick around here. We've got a big herd of elephants on our right and then another big herd of elephants on our left. But I don't think these two herds are friends. So what they've actually done is some of the larger females are coming towards us. And then the other herd to our left, it looks like they might walk past. So we've just actually sat now. We've stopped the vehicle. We're trying to just get to a neutral position again, because the elephants aren't angry. But I must say, a very large herd. They were trumpeting a little bit. There were quite a few rumbles. That's them communicating with each other. But they seem to have relaxed a little bit now. None of them have their heads up or their ears played out towards us. So still watching us. but no aggressive posture anymore. I think, hopefully, they just carry on moving west in the direction that they are going now. So every now and then the front female turns and looks at us. So I'm not going to start the vehicle because I'm pretty sure the sound of the vehicle will actually upset them. Unless if they do come closer, then Odie and I will just have to get out of here. You can see that trunk up, also trying to sniff us, make sense of us. There are some very small babies in this herd, so it makes sense they'll be protective. You can see now these two large females, it's almost like they are on bodyguard duty and staring at us. Then of course to our left we've got the other herd. Looks like they might meet up. What a lovely spot to be. I think we might get to a situation where we're just going to have to start the car and get out of here. It's like this entire herd is now just stopped and they're all staring at us. That awkward situation where your jokes aren't funny anymore. Well, now some of them are dusting themselves. It's quite funny to see. It's the younger male that's actually in front now. There we go. It seems like they might move off. So the distance between us and the elephants are actually still quite fine. I'd say probably about 20 meters, 25 meters at this stage. It's just, if you do start a vehicle in this situation, you upset the entire situation. So rather not, just wait it out. Let them calm down, not be angry anymore, and let them move on, which I'm sure they will. So a lot of them now are actually dusting themselves. It's like they've lost interest in us, scooping the ground up and throwing it on top of themselves, cooling themselves down. Some of them actually started to feed. But it was phenomenal when we just stopped here, just the trumpeting going on all around us, the stomach rumbles. And it often happens when two herds meet up with each other. Either they do get along, either it's long-lost cousins or sisters that form their own herds, or they don't like each other. I think we planted ourselves in the middle of the latter. There they go, slowly but surely moving off. Tell you what would be amazing to see is if all these elephants end up at a watering hole. There must be more than 30 of them around here. Maybe upwards 40. There's the last one moving past. Now settled, looks like majority of them are feeding from that combretum. There's a large fruited bush willow. Some of them even grabbing onto the terminalia, the silver cluster leaf, which is quite odd because that plant also contains a lot of tannin. There's a very big female right in front of us. Oh, there's a very small baby coming towards us. There's a female with a skew tusk coming towards us again. But it's funny, it doesn't look like they are actually staring at us. I'm just sitting up to see what's going on around us. So, us driving in this direction, we found tracks of a pride of lions, and it could be that they are even in this area as well, what's upsetting them. So, the female pointed out with the skew tusk, she's got one very thin, long tusk pointing down, and then one going upwards, and she's the one that actually just made that sound. And it wasn't directed at us at all. So there could be something else at play here. But this is quite cool. It's an entire line of larger elephants in front of us. So it's an entire line of adults in front of us and the youngsters behind us. So I got the question, are elephants something quick or do they last a while? Fights. No, so elephant fights do actually last quite a while, especially the bigger bulls. I mean, we've sat with bulls before fighting for an entire half an hour. And you can imagine how tired they are after that. I mean, it's 6 tons pushing back on another 6 tons, or even more, upwards of that weight. So yeah, no, they do go on for quite a while. With the younger ones, their fights are usually quite quick. It's just a bit of a wrestling match, as they're also just learning. Like the lion cubs we saw when they fight with each other, also just very quick and then it's over. But some of the bigger bulls having big fights, I mean, sometimes they even end up killing the other one. Those can go on for a long time. I think soon when they move off, I might just have to take the gap and go back to where we came from. So actually go in reverse and try and move away from the herd. But I must say there are some spectacular females here. And then very, very, very small babies. The smallest baby here looks like she might be 70 centimeters, 80 centimeters high. Not even a meter yet. Of course, the babies are born and they weigh about 90 kilograms, so imagine. But that's after 22 months. There they go, all moving off now. Just one instruction from one female, and she says, okay, let's go. So the other herd that was to our left, they've moved further west. Now this herd's turning south. So actually crossing over the tracks where the other herd has traveled, but not following the same herd. See, there's still some interest in us. A lot of the trunks are up in the air and smelling us. The breeze is also pushing from just behind us, so our scent is blowing onto the elephants. I think I should have counted this herd. Okay, so they're going to move off, and then as soon as there's enough distance between us where I can start the vehicle without upsetting them, I'll do that, and then we make our way towards the Timbavati River.
I'm absolutely delighted to have won the February prize draw for 3 nights for 6 people at the Djuma Private Game Reserve. I absolutely love everything WildEarth has to offer. I find the guides extremely knowledgeable and will go above and beyond to ensure a great safari experience. I will be taking my husband and family from the UK to experience this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. One of the main reasons I joined the WildEarth Explorer program was for the fireside chats and also to win an incredible prize, which I'm so fortunate to win and incredibly happy. I would like to thank WildEarth for this amazing prize and cannot wait to meet the team.
Oh, what are you doing? Are you trying out for the ballet? Now it's an itchy bottom. Up we get. Mom's coming. Everybody's moving off.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live Safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Hello, Mama. Just checking us out, everybody. There's no aggression here. Very relaxed. A herd of elephants moving around your car like that. It's truly, truly magical.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
We're still sitting with Ribbon and she's just being adorable. She did contact call and no one arrived, but there are definitely others around us. We can hear them shuffling in the grass. We saw in Tima. Oh, that's beautiful, Ribbon. You know you're on camera, don't you? Davy, she's really posing for you. I hope you're capturing this in the most beautiful light. I hope she contact calls again so that you can hear it. It's very soft, just like a lion's contact call is soft, leopards, but she's calling the cubs. They have incredible hearing. And, of course, from den 1 to den 3, they will be able to hear one another. And she's just waiting. She's waiting for everyone to arrive. But I must begin my riddle, everyone. It'll be my last riddle. So bear with me while I get it. Okay. Who am I? I am only found in one country in the world, and I am critically endangered. Oh, Ribbon's still going strong with the posing. I am often compared to Peter Pan. Let's just see where Ribbon's going. Okay, let me just try from the corner. Oh, the cub's popped his head out. Hello. Now, we can still stay here, of course, because Ribbon is right there, so don't worry. And let me just finish this. So, I am often known as the Peter Pan of the animal kingdom because I display something called neoteny. And what this means is the retention of juvenile features in the adult animal. It's not unusual for my kind of species to be able to regenerate, but I take it to the next level. Have you got a view there, Dove? Maybe we should probably get a view as I continue. Hold on, let's just see if we can see. We're losing light as well, of course. Oh, we're still there, and Ribbon's still there. I can see the ear. Yeah, Ribbon's in the background. You might get a two-shot there, so don't worry. So, yes, I take it to the next level. On top of being able to regenerate limbs, I can also rebuild my jaw, spine, and even my brains without any scarring. I sometimes look silly because of branches that grow from my head. They may not seem very practical, but they're actually how I breathe. I am sometimes called the water dog. Who am I? I'll let you all think about that one for a while. I wonder where Ribbon's going. Maybe we should investigate. We couldn't see anything when we went around quarantine, but I am absolutely sure something is dead there, 100%. The smell is incredible. We can't see anything. The vegetation is just far too long. Oh, incoming, Davy. Yep. I love this. This is them all coming. Ribbon summoned them. And look at this. We have the arrival of the clan. Oh, this little cup's going to be so happy. It's going to be lots of excitement. Good evening, Shimbulu. Okay, that's not that much excitement. Oh, that's what I was waiting for. Kissies. Here comes Braveheart. Ngwazi, Pumela, and Ribbon's at the back there. I can see another adult coming. I think it might be Intima. Isn't that just so lovely that Ribbon summoned them all and here they are. They took their time. Novella's here too. Everybody's here. Sinkwasi. Hello, boy. You're all loving the greeting ceremony. I know. They do that every day to greet one another. Imagine. The vocalizations. The postures. I can see everyone else walking off. I don't quite know where they're going. Okay, let's bumble around and just see if we can get a view of all the activity that's happening around the corner. You're good at driving, Rusty. Let's try that again. All the hyenas are judging me now. I'm not going to be able to go anywhere. We'll let you go past. A spotty roadblock. coming to your side, Dove. And not under the car.
Just gonna have to go to infrared.
I think they're actually all coming back. Okay, we're going to try and get into a better position for you all to see these spots, but for now, over to Tswalu.
But you folks having a lot of fun. Lovely greeting ceremony. It's such an amazing thing to witness when animals come back and they greet each other with such excitement. Myself and BK are just absorbing this wonderful scene in front of us, and fantastic that we can share it with you guys. The temperature's starting to drop very quickly now. There's actually a large wall on our right-hand side. It does look like a bit of rain. And just a very beautiful scene. Oh la la. Magic. It looks like something from a painting. And I love looking at clouds and seeing pictures in them. So for me, that one there looks like a leopard's head. The one in the central part of the frame looks like a leopard or a tiger's head. You can see the front of its chest actually sitting down and resting. What do you folks see in the clouds? Drop me a comment there and let me know what you think you see in the clouds. It's always a very cool thing, so be very creative about it. Moments like this I hold very, very dear to my heart, like very close to my heart. Oh, sure, listen to my delicious English. It's very special moments to be able to absorb and appreciate the wonders of nature. And this is where she's her most creative. Oh, great work, BK. Sure. The beautiful silver cluster leaves dominating the top of that dune. Teddy bears, wild dogs, and faces. There we go. See what I mean? I also tend to see quite a lot of faces as well, especially the front part of the forehead and nose. I find that shape a lot. But some great comments here, guys. Thank you. Teddy bears. Now I see teddy bears now. Beautiful. It's the light that a crystal lamp produces. The same light that I'm seeing there. But we're going to push this trusty steed a bit further west, but let's send you over to Andrew.
everything, we got an antelopes here, the impalas. And we're already using IR light because it's already dark. So just so that, we know what could be around them, because everywhere where it's an antelope species, it's more likely to be maybe somebody who's hunting them. But you won't know if you're just going to drive past and the next moment something happened behind there. So looking at the young males over here, all they will do is to group up, get into very open where they can see, help each other look out for predators. Looks like a few different ages, quite a lot of younger. I only see one with a well-developed horn, so it's actually bachelor group. That one is staring at us, and they're more likely to do that. And they'll see something they're not too sure before they can alarm call. You gotta watch, looking at. If it doesn't move, and then of course, but they will always feed. Keep an eye in that area. Oops, looks like I also some females in this group. So everybody's saying they look so peaceful at night. Indeed, they are so peaceful. And they're not actually look disturbed. There's also some female there that I can see. And so not all about the bachelor group, but it's a plenty of males. Carly, so you're asking when do they sleep? So any time of the day they can. It's actually important when they can sleep well while it's light. But in a group, so they take turns when they do that. But also most of these antelope, they sleep unconscious, which means they can still probably pick up sound slightly if anybody are coming in for them. It's about the same at night. They wouldn't take a properly nap, they would just stand or lie down, but chew their carded all night. And those who take a nap won't be for too long until they're waking up, take turns, look around. So everybody's doing some work of checking for safety. So I'm going to check a few roads here. I'm going to be sending you across to Lorraine at Hyena. Okay, so you still have me, which I'm still going to spend a few time with. This is Impala. There's a road in front of us. They might actually cross this road in front of us. Where that one went, all of them, they will end up lined up. Heidi, so commenting saying that the impala is such a gorgeous antelope. They are the gorgeous antelope. And they're actually one of the most successful antelope out here. And they manage throughout the winter where there's not much of green. So I'm gonna also carry on around, check if I can find any cats in the dark, and then I'm going to be sending you across to Ron, also who they are on a bumble.
So we successfully managed to get ourselves out of that situation with the elephant. No more trumpeting, no one was upset, everyone left smiling, especially me and Odie. And now we are at a place called Trevor's Hole. It's a big Natal mahogany here, so we just call it Natal mahogany at Trevor's Hole. Very original. And then we go into the riverbed, and then to our left is one of the Rossmels. And he has been roaring. So we're going to join the two vehicles here and wait for him to get vocal again. Good spot to be vocal. The sound will carry very, very, very far in the riverbed, which is profound. So like I was explaining yesterday, us waiting on the clearings there, waiting for lions to roar, it's because it's so nice and open that they do roar. And so you actually hear the sound echoing far. Also hoping that with him being vocal, the rest of the Birmingham Pride might hear this and it draws them back into Ngala. I'm basically just hoping for anything about the Birmingham Pride coming back in. Sorry, here are two Rossmels here, not one, so the radio reports were wrong. Odie, I'm just gonna park in front. Actually no, I'll stay here on the side. Both of them are just about 30 meters away from us. So the nice thing is if one starts roaring, the other one's going to start roaring as well. So you have double the sound. And of course, it's better when they roar together because it warns other male lions in the area that there are two of them. And two, of course, is a greater force than one. So I think the one with his head up would be the blonder Rossmel, and the one sleeping there be the darker maned one. You can actually see the darker mane just below his chin. So he's got a very big face, very broad face. So we've had some idea. I mean, it could go either way. With them roaring so close to the eastern boundary, the Birmingham Pride would definitely be able to hear this, and you know, it could actually chase them further away that they don't want to come into this area because, of course, when they do come into this area and they go hunting, these two males will steal their food. Get the biggest share of the meal, the lion's share. I'm pretty sure some of you would be saying. And like I said, from the tracks this morning, it looks like the young male is still with them. So I'm pretty sure he does not want to come anywhere close to the two Ross males. So I'm not too sure how many times they've roared already, but the temperature is dipping, so the sound will carry further. And if there are any sound of other males roaring in the area, it would probably be out of earshot for us, but they'll be able to pick it up. And then they'll return the call. It's telling them back off. This is our territory. There we go. I always love the end. It sounds like it takes so much effort, and I think it does take so much effort to squeeze that sound out of your body. I mean, you could see the entire body shaking and moving just to force that out. But that is exactly how you end a day in the bush. The most magical sound in the world. That for a human being, we'd be able to hear that 7 kilometers away. It's nice for the guests sleeping in tented camp because that's only 2 kilometers away. So if these two boys decide to stay here for quite a while longer or the entire night, they'll be hearing lions roaring the entire night. Beautiful scene. We've got the sickle moon up in the air again. Rob is saying that is absolutely amazing. Thank you, Rob. I agree. I agree with you. That is just the most awesome sound ever. The first time I heard a lion roaring, I was 7 years old, and I was petrified. I was absolutely terrified. As much as the ranger explained, no, they're doing this for territorial purposes. As a 7-year-old boy, I thought, no, they're hungry, they want to come eat me. It's funny that he actually put his head down to roar. I think it's just more comfortable than bending your neck upwards and then trying to force that sound out. A bit of a twitch in the tail every now and then, otherwise quite lifeless. So it's amazing, they've been on Ngala the entire day, and they were only found about half an hour ago. Fred actually found them, Fred and Ernest. But they would have come from the west. I think these two have been trying to mate with some of the females from the breakaway pride. I'm pretty sure they would have walked in last night. It was still a bit cooler. Today was way too hot for them to move. So we're going to sit here a while. I think they might roar again. Yeah, just spend some time with the two Ross males.
It's the month of March and WildEarth is offering you the chance to win a brand new prize. Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could win a 5-day eco-training ranger experience for 2. Eco-training is the pioneer and leader in safari guide and wildlife training in Africa. The lucky winners can look forward to approaching dangerous game on foot, tracking and 4x4 driving, learning about animal behavior, and even spending one night sleeping out under a blanket of stars. In addition, you will also get the exclusive opportunity to join the WildEarth team on the broadcasting vehicle. Sign up to be an explorer now, and it could be you that wins this life-changing experience. Terms and conditions apply.
I love being a cam op for WildEarth. The animals coming right up close to you, especially like lions. Sometimes you get nervous, but you have to go with the flow. My favorite animal to film is the elephant because of how big it is. But when it's really up close to you, it's one animal that you would say, I really respect you.
My name is MCCURDY and I work for Eco Training. I love hearing from all of the viewers. However, I particularly enjoy those of you who have been watching for a few years. Your questions are just so advanced and they really get me thinking. If you'd like to ask a question on WildEarth, you need to register on our website. Once you've done that, head to the live safari page and submit your questions below the live feed.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
Well, enjoying these last moments, very, very important part of the day for me. Watching that sunset dip just over the horizon now, those clouds are starting to illuminate, and the whole color scheme now has changed, not just with the clouds, but the environment around us as well. Remarkable. Oopsie. So from there, the cloud above us has actually got this glowing gloom to it, because obviously the way that the light is traveling through the atmosphere and now is illuminating other parts of this massive cloud bank. And look at this above us. Absolutely incredible. And so all this light is now projecting down onto the ground, and it's giving the whole environment almost like a yellowy type feel to it right now. Your BK making art today. Not too shabby. Another tough day in Africa, and we are so blessed. And yet another day. Thank the sun, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. So hopefully all of this is going to bunch up tonight, get all nice and close to each other and produce some rain. Obviously you need enough of it in one spot. Oh, Heather, what a beautiful comment. Sand dunes in the sky. What a cool perspective. Sand dunes in the sky. Love the comment. That's why it's wonderful being on a safari vehicle with many people. It's because everybody has their own unique view on things. And that's obviously what makes us as individuals unique. But one's perspective is so, so unique. And sometimes so out of this world that you would never even think of that. I just love that sand dunes in the sky. Sure. So pale chanting goshawk calling in the distance. We also had a few jackal calling out very close to us. Obviously they are just vocalizing now and just notifying to other individuals in the area that, hey, we are currently operating here and occupying this space. So please take a broad walk around our spot. And how quickly do those colors change now again? BK gave us another loop and now it looks totally different. From this very, very dramatic and beautiful scene, let's send you over to that special something Rona's got for you folks.
To a not so dramatic scene. I must say the one actually lifted his head for a little while and then back to sleep, doing what lions do best. Of course, especially male lions, not lion cubs, I'd say. They don't look terribly full. Neither of them are breathing very hard. So I don't think they've eaten recently, probably not in the last 2 days. So I wonder, it was the blonde one again that lifted his head. I was wondering if maybe he heard some other lion or something in the distance, maybe calling, maybe some alarm calling, and they didn't shift. This one, he's not lifted his head at all. The grumpy one. A huge paw, eh? Very, very big paw. And it's phenomenal. Every single time I see them, it's almost like they are just in better shape. And usually, people would say lions are in the prime of their lives between 8 and 10. I think these are just over 10 now. And they're just starting to look better and better and better. Manes are even growing fuller. See the ear twitching every now and then. Beautiful night noises now. We've got fire-neck nightjars calling all around us. Scots owls going. We had a rose eagle owl a little bit earlier on. Actually, on our way here, when we left the elephants, we crossed over the Timabasi River and there were 2 rose eagle owls. She's sitting in the river, probably fishing. But then we try to get here as soon as possible because lions, even though they are vocal, might only be vocal for about an hour. And then they stop. And then early morning, they'll do it again. Or 12 o'clock, midnight tonight, when all of us are sleeping. It'll be interesting to see what they do. Whether they go find that lioness with 3 youngsters, whether they go to the other den site with that lioness, or even whether they go east into Kruger National Park to look for the rest of the Birmingham Pride. Something we'll be doing again in the morning. Fingers crossed, This time they come in and stay in rather than just come in and walk out again. So initially the first roar isn't as loud. It's like the vocal cords need to just warm up a little bit. I think we got you on the third or fourth roar. So in my experience, it's when they just start, you can wait about 5 minutes and they'll go again, then 7 minutes and they'll go again, and 10 minutes they'll go again. But then it just takes longer and longer and longer till eventually they just stop. I think we might have reached the stopping point, although you never know. It isn't as cool tonight as it was yesterday. Still quite nice and warm, quite balmy. Both sitting here in t-shirts and shorts. Lots of mozzies around though, so all you're hearing is bzzz, and then of course the owls. You can actually see all the insects flying around. Vinny, so lions are actually the only cats that roar. Other cats vocalize, so a leopard would rasp, or saw, as some people call it. A tiger also, I'm not really too sure. I think they might call it a roar. They definitely do vocalize as well. So it's just your big cats, really. Remember, I went to India 3 years ago now, and we had a tiger vocalizing quite far from us. Because in India, of course, you can't go off-road, so you can't really get as close as we do to the animals here. And it was vocalizing on the other side of a watering hole. It's quite an odd sound, but also travels rather far. For the same reason, so it's a territorial thing. The big male tiger, remember, it was lying with half its body in the water, actually cooling down. Then, of course, that's something you won't really see. Oh, it's movement. He's alive. It's not really something you'd see in the big cats here. You won't really find a lion go lie in water or leopard go lie in water. Often, or sometimes they do need to cross rivers, so they're very good swimmers, but it's not their first choice. Whereas hyenas, you'll find them lying in water to cool down. Wild dogs, they'll go for a swim in smaller puddles. They wouldn't really go to a big watering hole and get in there, just for fear of crocodiles and hippos. Leopard I've never seen go for a swim. That'd be quite a nice thing. But then if you go to see jaguars, I mean, they are known to go swimming. They even swim to hunt caimans. Got off track there a little bit. But yes, other cats do vocalize. Not roar, per se. But they do definitely vocalize. Just wish these two would vocalize again. You can hear baboons in the distance. Victoria, quite a good question. I think it just happened. I think they literally just fell asleep like this. I don't think it's for any particular reason that they faced in opposite direction. The nice thing is the one is basically roaring north and the other one is roaring south, and where they are, it would echo in both directions. So definitely letting other male lions know from, well, far and wide that they are here. But I don't think they purposefully lay down like this, and definitely not for protection. Male lions, they apex predators, they never shy away from a fight. There's just no fear in their minds. I mean, these guys will run towards a fight if they can. So not for protection. I think it just so happened that the one is facing north and the other one's facing south. Even hear Egyptian geese in the distance. Something you hear too often. The other night we were driving in the riverbed and we saw them still swimming around. Again, it's so amazing what this IR light does. I mean, if we had to switch this off, I can see absolutely nothing at the moment. That is what I see. And then when you switch it on, there are two massive male lines. So again, not really a place for a person to be at night. Rather dangerous. The moon is starting to set again. Definitely bigger than last night. Don't worry everyone, I am definitely also waiting for another roar. It always happens when you don't expect it. But we'll sit with them for quite a while longer. See if anything changes. I know Freddie is making his way here, or back here. He's the one who found them. So he went and actually stopped for G&T for the sunset, and then he wants to come back here. So I really hope, oh, his head is up. That's nice. Quite weird if he starts the roar. I don't really see that too often. It's usually the brother that starts it. But definitely something sparked his interest. Even in this light you can see the clear black tips of the ears. The follow me sign. I must say he does not have a very furry tail. It's like the little black fluff ball. Majority of the hair there has been lost. Almost like one of those cubs. He hasn't yawned yet or anything. So it must be something that he heard for him to pick up his head so quickly. There we go, big yawn. So he didn't even end that with a groan. So we might still be here a while before he roars. Although, if he's yawning, I'm pretty sure the other brother heard him yawning. And often it's contagious behavior. So one yawns, the other yawns. And they get up and go. And there might be another yawn coming soon. Very majestic posture he has, sitting like that, the front legs in front of him, big head up. Really just brilliant animals. I think we'll sit here for a while, we'll see what happens. Maybe they do get up, maybe they roar, hopefully the latter. But for now, we'll send you back across to Lauren.
We have been having the most magical, incredible sighting at the den, and unfortunately there was just a small technical glitch. So all excitement has died down, and I believe the adults may have left. But if I can find my phone, I believe we have some answers to the riddle. So bear with me, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for guessing, of course. Megan, you said starfish. No, I'm afraid wrong phylum, and sadly not a starfish. Greg, you're a little bit closer. You said salamander. Now we're getting there. Diane, you said tiger salamander. Closer, but sadly not correct. Hold on a minute, Davi. I think that is, Ndebele in front of us. Can you see her?
Yep.
Is that Ndebele, everyone? You'll need to, I don't have a monitor in this car, so unfortunately you'll need to guide me through this, but it looked very similar to Ndebele. So if Ndebele is here, that means there's an adult here. Oh, how wonderful. So hyena boy, talking of hyenas, and Dave Ashmoffett, well, axolotl. That's who the riddle was. Type of amphibian, type of salamander, and if you've never heard of it before, it's spelled AXOLOTL, axolotl. Please Google it. It's really entertaining. And, well, extremely bizarre. I think all the animals I've chosen on my riddles, I've done about 10, are very bizarre. And axolotls are very sort of fundamental in science because, they, as I mentioned, they can completely regenerate limbs, jaws, spines, brains. And scientists are trying to understand exactly how they do that, and therefore maybe they can recreate this phenomenon in science, or imagine if we could even do it in human beings. And of course they're said to be the Peter Pans of the animal kingdom because they exhibit neoteny, which is the retention of juvenile features in the adult animal. It can also do with sexual maturity of an animal while it's still in a larval state. And that's exactly what happened in the axolotl. They are known as water dogs because atl means water and zolotl means dog. In Aztec mythology, apparently Zolotl was a dog-headed god from Aztec mythology. Excellent. We're going to sit here as long as we can. We're going to send you guys to Tswalu.
Well, from beautiful hyenas to wonderful and somewhat playful black-backed jackals. Look like two siblings here. You can still see from the facial features that they are young individuals. And these would be typically this year's litter. And they'll actually reside in the parents' territory until they find a mate and move off and do their own thing. So you'd find them typically in little family groups. There's a lot of grooming going on, also a little bit of allo grooming, where one would groom its sibling. Allo grooming. Thunder rumbling and rumbling and rumbling more. Oh, lightning. Sure, a lot of scratching going on here. Get to those hard to reach places. They do look a little bit eerie. I would agree with you folks, they do look a little bit eerie in the light. Yeah, full little grooming session going on here. Especially those places that you can't get to. It's great to have an individual that'll help you out to get to those hard-to-reach places. Oh, there's a little bit of vegetation in our way. James, yeah, it is really nice to see youngsters. Their population can grow very, very quickly. Through favourable times, they can have a litter, and they are very good at rearing these individuals to adulthood because of the devotion that both parents would give to these young. Let me try and move the vehicle a little bit up, BK, so we can have a clear view there. Oh, very airy. See, they're not bothered by the vehicle one bit. There we go. You can see the face still looks young. Sure. A little canid trot. They're always late for something, but very efficient way of moving. Obviously saving energy by moving in that trot formation. Oh, these little individuals are moving off, but let's send you over to another large carnivore.
And the belly has in fact joined the party. She's been playing and wrestling, and I'm sure it's her, 99% sure it's her. I can recognize that face anywhere, and she's just having the best time. I've not seen her at the den in a while. That's why I thought it was Swazi. I said earlier, I think it's Swazi was actually in the belly. They're very similar looking. Facially, colour-wise, the colour of their hair, it's very similar. Spot patterns, obviously not the same, but it's similar in that it's quite sparse. And they've still got that sub-adult look about them, both of them. I'm so glad I got to be here and all the clan came too. Well, say hello. There's nothing quite like it. And they really are using den number 1. And when Ribbon was contact calling earlier, she chose to come to den number 1. It's almost like the decision's been made. This is a communal den now. Of course, the cubs are running everywhere. Leaps and bounds, having the best time. But Ribbon came here and she called. She's summoning everyone to come here. And that's the first time I've actually witnessed that. It was lovely.
Another adult just arriving.
Another hyena, another adult. It's a busy den. Who is it, Davy?
That's all.
I'm testing his knowledge. Kichikumi. They have come to say goodbye. We'll be back in 2 weeks, do not worry. We're actually going on a bit of an adventure to look for the brown hyenas. I'll tell you all about it when I'm back. But yes, you're right, they've come to say goodbye. I really do love the Djuma clan. I love how it's growing. It does concern me the amount that the small cubs are running around. Although it's been very, very quiet in terms of leopards lately, everybody's struggling. There are many leopards around here, and there are many that use this exact game path. And you really don't want, of course, the cubs running around, but they have now learned that wonderful thing of freedom. There's life past the den. And this is the age, they're all that sort of different age groups, but the clan's now at the stage where it's becoming half of it's mobile, half of it's not, and this was, I think, the point last year or the year before when we started to lose cubs, maybe a little bit older. But as it stands right now, the clan is thriving. Every adult female, has cubs. or a cub. And our sighting the other day with Ribbon in the wallow, just playing and kissing and having a great time with Heart's cubs, was also so lovely to see. That was not her offspring. And I believe Davi and Andrew got really lucky the other night and they saw Heart. So she's alive and well. I just haven't seen her. I've obviously not been at the den when Heart's been around. And it just shows you shouldn't panic when you don't see a specific individual for a period of time. They're all well. They're just rather occupied with food. Craig, you're asking how do the clan members identify who's coming in the dark?
The cubs.
The cubs. They are highly visual as well. It's not their probably primary sense, but they are nocturnal. So they will have incredible eyesight at nighttime. And they'll be able to see a hyena approaching. Contacts, calls, they'll be able to identify each other through vocalizations. And then, of course, when the individual gets closer, they're able to identify each other by scent. But you will see, if the younger hyenas are at the entrance and they hear someone approach, they do run inside. It takes them a while to realize, it's you. And then, of course, they perform the greeting ceremonies, which is very intimate, and it shows real strengthening of social bonds within the clan. Clans from... Oh, wow, we've got a firefly going above us. How lovely. You see that, Davi? I'm not sure if you guys will be able to see that.
Oh, we've missed him.
Yeah. Wow. I think he's going to go right in front of the lens. You might see a light. It's in fact a firefly.
You can just see the flicker.
Magic. How amazing is that? Well done, Davi. I don't think that could be easy in infrared.
I just did it to colour so they can...
Oh, you went into colour. Wow. Well done, Davi. It seems very interested in the vehicle. I think it's disappearing now.
Hyenas have gone too.
The hyenas have gone too?
Yeah, just the baby.
Oh, dear. I'm just going to quickly scan my spotlight around just to make sure I know. Okay, if the adults have left, then of course it's time for us to depart too. So as I say my final goodbyes to the den, we're going to send you guys across to Andrew.
Thanks, Lauren. So we also in a bamboo bat searching for any sign of any nocturnals. It's dark already. We're using spotlight. So all we rely on is spotlight. So cool because then their eyes will reflect, and that's where you know there is something there. So if there is any, well, it's also sometimes easy to track at night if the tracks is on the road. If you see the tracks, then you know it's new tracks and it's easy to track. Is that a chameleon? Hey, looks like we got a chameleon. I'm not sure. Maybe a pods. Might have a chameleon. Just gonna switch the vehicles here. See if we can you get that Mpo? There, right? I'm gonna take my binoc just to take a look. It's actually hiding. Yes, looks like it is a chameleon. Mpo, you got it, right? Got it, Mpo? So, see there. It's very hard to actually... So the duck is there. You see, if you look in the duck of the beam there. So you gotta zoom out. Up a little bit. There. So you zoom in. There it is. Okay, let's see if we get it on in. Well, it's not actually clear look, but we got a chameleon. So it's one of the day animals that's sleeping, so we're gonna leave it in peace and then hopefully survive the whole night.
Our lives are dictated by alarm clocks, traffic jams, constant multitasking, and countless distractions. The wilderness is where many of us feel the most human. On a bushwalk, we become part of the natural landscape. As you step off the vehicle, everything comes alive. As with any risky experience, walking amongst these animals inspires awe and appreciation. Now, it's your turn to go on a bushwalk. Join us from Pride Lands as we slow down our thoughts, put aside our distractions, and reconnect with a place that first taught us how to be human.
What are you looking at, man? That's its gangster face. It has the manners of a common variety vagabond. Look at it, chewing with its mouth open like that.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I've just came back to the site of the awful, awful stench. I can really smell a dead carcass, and it's not a small sort of rodent smell. It's a large carcass I can smell. I don't see any signs of any predators. There's no leopard tracks. There's no hyenas. Fascinating. Something is definitely dead. I can confirm that, but that's about all I can confirm at the moment, I'm afraid. So we left the den. The adults slowly but surely disappeared one by one, and of course this is the time for them to get active, the time for them to start patrolling and hunting or scavenging, doing all the wonderful things that hyenas do. But I'm glad we got to catch up with them all, especially Indabelly. It was so lovely to see her. Now change is upon us. It's very, very soon. The impalas are going to change behaviour. The vegetation's slowly going to start to change. It might be so subtle because it's so dense right now that you might not even notice it, but it's slowly going to start to change. Temperatures are going to start to change. I think in 2 weeks I will actually notice a difference, and of course I'm sure you're all very excited to see the beautiful Tswalu tomorrow and the evolve. It'd also be lovely for a last-minute leopard, but I don't think that's going to happen. And I'm intrigued to see what will happen with the male leopards. There's going to be big shifts around here, but again, it may happen ever so subtly, ever so slowly, that we don't even realise it's taking place. But it has come to that time of night, everyone, where we must say goodbye from our side. A big thank you to everyone for jumping on board and bumbling along with us. Thank you for all your comments and questions. Davi and I will be back in 2 weeks, and until then, good night.